Are you ready? Got it. Okay. Thank you all for being here. This is a special meeting, June 26th, Wednesday at 6:10. Be a little late. Is there a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Vaterlos.
Here. And I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The city of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as first people and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And now the flag salute will be led by Councilmember Big Stick.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item number 1 is consideration of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica certifying that the revised certification draft local coastal land use plan with alternative modifications is intended to be carried out in a manner fully in conformity with the California Coastal Act. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. So if we could have a staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I'm Stephanie Cervantes, Acting Deputy Director for the Community Development Department. And today we are here to do meeting number 5, which is really meeting number 7 for the local coastal land use plan update. I first want to acknowledge the long process that the city has undertaken. This has been almost 15 years with extensive community engagement. I'll talk a little bit more about the community engagement that has occurred over the last year or so. And I also just want to highlight that we have a very collaborative working relationship with the Coastal Commission. This process over the last year has helped us build that relationship. And we are really at a point where staff truly believes that the City Council can make a determination today. So as we've said before, Pacifica needs to update the LCLUP. The 1980 LCLUP is no longer adequate for Pacifica's needs. It is inconsistent with our general plan. It makes development review, it makes city projects difficult. And the longer that there's an inconsistency between those two projects, the bigger the problems are going to be. That 1980 plan also is not reflective of the community needs. It doesn't acknowledge or respond to climate change or sea level rise. There are so many benefits. We've spoken to these before with an updated LCLUP. We can update maps. We modernize policies to guide development. It increases development opportunity and enhances environmental protections within the city. It improves economic development and housing policies. I'll say it again, it's consistent with the 2040 general plan. It allows for future certification in the Sharp Park specific plan and all the projects that are included in that plan, not just private development, but also city projects. And it also allows the city to take advantage of additional access to grant funding. So for community engagement, I won't go through all of these because you were all here for all these meetings, but I'll just highlight that staff has responded to over 250 written questions that were submitted by the public and by council. We have drafted case studies that we discussed in March. And it's been a long process for the city, long before my time as well, to get to this point. So just a few items that I wanted to touch upon from the last meeting we had on May 23rd. So there was some specific policy revisions that were requested. I'm going to touch upon this a little bit more later in the presentation, but one of the requested revisions was for substantial modifications to existing structures, the policy that is now CRI 25, and that had to do with nonconformities. There was also a revision to CRI 27, the habitat sea level rise mitigation buffers, and the city also, or staff also were able to make that an alternative modification, and it's shown in your packet today. Regarding updates to figures and maps, for the coastal vulnerability maps, the city has entered in, we're working with a consultant to enter a contract. That contract will come to you in the future, and we are hopeful that those maps will be updated sometime this year. If those maps are not ready for certificate or for city council approval prior to the LCP certification, we are confident that that will be a very minor LCPA with the Coastal Commission, that staff can incorporate those maps. Updates to figures, staff has been working on updating some of those figures. We're running into an issue where those figures seem a little clunky when they're being updated by planning staff. So I'm trying to work with the Public Works GIS consultant that's coming on board to try to update some of those figures so that they look more professional. Some additional alternative modifications, and I'm not going to go into it too much detail because I know the city council wants to go through that line by line exercise. So for chapter 6, there was, you probably saw that there was, looks like it's a lot of changes to chapter 6. One of the biggest changes was the reorganization of policies. The Coastal Commission had previously suggested that we eliminate some of the sub-area policies and combine them. After their review earlier this month, they have suggested that we go fully taking all those policies, even the ones that they had left before, and really combining them to the front of the chapter. And so you see that huge reorganizational change to the policies in chapter 6. So there was also some additional changes to those existing policies. The biggest changes that you'll see are going to be for the shoreline adaptation program. The new text that is in your packet really includes a more extensive shoreline adaptation program. It involves, it includes text that was decided by both city staff and coastal staff to come up with a program that the city can achieve within that time frame of 10 years. And then there was some other minor modifications to CR7, CRI 7, CRI 13, as well as CRI 19 and CRI 20. For CRI 21, again, the name has been changed to Coastal Hazards Risk Disclosure, and we will be discussing it a little bit later in the presentation. Again, and there was some minor modifications to the last two policies listed there. So some additional changes to policies, minor revisions to CRI 29 and 20 and 30, as well as 31 and 32. And there was also a new policy that was recommended by coastal staff, which includes a policy specific to emergency shoreline protection structures and the ability for the city to permit those in emergency situations. So one of the other big changes you saw in chapter 6 is that the SRA policies are now called the SSRAs policies, and that they have been taken from being integrated within the existing policies. They have been placed at the bottom of that chapter at the end. And they also look slightly different. Some things to highlight is that the intent of these policies remains unchanged. These policies still allow public and private development to take advantage of the protection provided by the existing shoreline protection structures in the Sharp Park and the Rockaway neighborhood. These policies don't mandate that private development has to use this advantage. It's a voluntary process. The SSRA policies are critical to allow the type of development outlined in the Sharp Park specific plan and to continue to support Rockaway as a tourist destination. For these policies, I'll just highlight some of the key changes because I know we're going to go through that exercise towards the end. But some of the bigger changes that you'll see is to policy, the new policy CRI 40, which specifically speaks to armoring in these two areas. And this policy was really tailored, and it is a benefit to the city because it really supports the city's current work on the beach boulevard infrastructure project and the filling of the gap. I also want to highlight that policy CRI 42 and 43. I'm sorry, let me go back to CRI 41, the effective date of these policies. So this is a change from previous versions of these policies. So the city now has two things that we need to accomplish before these policies go into effect. So these policies do not automatically go effect upon certification of the LCP. The city has to submit, the Coastal Access Resilience Program has to be submitted to Coastal, and we also need to start work on the Shoreline Adaptation Program, which is CRI 5. So that's a program that the city was already going to undertake. As I mentioned previously, the new policy text really expands on what that program means. And essentially for the SSRA policies to go into effect, the city just needs to start the planning process for that. So we need to identify a timeline, identify major milestones that the city can undertake, submit that to Coastal Commission, and then these policies go into effect. At this point, staff believes that both of those implementation actions can occur within a year or so. The Coastal Access Resilience Program, we have previously described it as the CIP Coastal Program. It's projects that the city is already undertaking. It's work that the city already does as part of our citywide CIP programs. And so we think we can take a lot of those components from that citywide project, focus it on the coastal projects, and that will be our Coastal Access and Resilience Program. So there was also some changes throughout the document. Coastal staff reviewed our document earlier this month, and a lot of the things that they asked us to do related to general plan consistency text was to revert back to the 2020 version. Staff does not support reverting back to the policy text from 2020 because as the city council approved October of last year, we purposely incorporated those text changes to be consistent with the 2040 general plan. Those changes, they're not called out in your packet, but those changes is essentially said, or those comments said, please revert back to the 2020 version. Staff believes that they're not necessary to be Coastal Act compliance. And if we make those changes, we will be inconsistent with the general plan. However, there were some minor changes that staff does believe are needed. You'll see those are the 3 bullet points there. There's a few other bullet slides as well. And these are changes that Coastal staff requested so that we can be compliant with the Coastal Act, with coastal policies, and also address some internal inconsistencies in the document. Additionally, we have highlighted 3 bullet points there for LDI 20, ERI 1. And so these bullet points, essentially there were requests that were made by coastal staff that city staff does not support. We do not recommend that the city council adopt these for very specific reasons. The first policy for the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site, they requested that we remove some of the density language that was there. We don't support that. City staff and the council both agree from previous conversations that density range needs to be in that policy to dictate future development of that site. As well as the second bullet point there regarding creek protection and the management of ESHA. City Council had previously directed staff to remove the minimum buffer requirements and to remove the determination of what temporary disruptions to habitat was. And so we're not in agreement with that. And additionally, they asked us to make some changes to the definition of substantial structure modifications. This is another area where the City Council in previous meetings heavily discussed these, worked on what those means. And so we're not recommending that the City Council agree with those additional alternative modifications. For these 3 points, we really, we think they're not needed for coastal act consistency. These are important points that the City Council and the public has discussed, and we really think that after some discussion and clarification with coastal staff, we can reach an agreement. So I just want to highlight a few important next steps that are needed. So due to time, I completely understand that there are some remaining typos, errors in the document. These will be cleaned up. The city staff will make any final non-substantive modifications to the document and have the minor updates to the maps ready so that the city can submit this and transmit this to the Coastal Commission, hopefully by the end of July. That is our current goal, and so that we can have our certification hearing prior to November of 2024. And I just want to finish this part of the presentation with some final thoughts. This is a great accomplishment to get to this point. The city has invested a lot of time and effort from staff. Coastal Commission staff has also invested a lot of time and effort. The City Council has discussed this. We've received public comments, and this is really an important important time to be here. As I previously said, staff, we really believe that the City Council has all the information that they need to make the determination today. Certification of the LCP will put Pacifica in a much better place when it comes to the long-term efforts needed to address sea level rise, economic viability, and development potential of our coastline. Certification of the LCP now allows the city to apply early for grants that are available through the Coastal Commission and through other state agencies that are needed for our sea level rise planning and for city projects as well. And this process has really resulted in a great working relationship with coastal staff that will continue moving forward. They have dedicated time to this, and even if the LCP ends today or not, I think that working relationship is going to continue forward with this effort, with projects, with city projects and with private development projects. That relationship has tremendously improved since my time here. And I really look forward to that collaborative work with coastal staff in the future. And I will open it up to Mr. Woodhouse or Mr. Murdoch to provide any final thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes. I'll make a couple comments just to wrap this up. You know, it's amazing to think in the last 7 years since I became city manager here, how far we've come in this process. And at that time, we were starting with the adaptation plan discussions under Coastal Commission grant to get to the initial LCLUP draft pre-COVID, you know, back in the 2017 timeframe. And when I also arrived, I'll just sort of wax big picture here as well to emphasize the importance of this document to future decades in Pacifica, just as the general plan is critically important as a core planning document to the future of Pacifica. And this is the general plan for the coastal zone. When I arrived, I remember that Palmetto had just been, you know, lights installed, and Palmetto Avenue had just been paved. And the thought was this is going to become Pacifica's future downtown. Well, that just doesn't happen magically or overnight. Those kind of slow developments and improvements in a community take a lot of building blocks. And one of those core building blocks is a land use planning document like this. And that's precisely what this document will help us start on the path toward. And the LCLUP certification is really the first step in decades of coastal adaptation planning in Pacifica and future visioning and financial sustainability steps for this community. So this is really a core turning point document, just as the general plan update was for the city. And there's much more work to come. There's much more work to come, even if this document isn't certified and we continue under the old, but that work will be much more difficult. Things like getting the Sharp Park specific plan certified, things like completing the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project and other projects and initiatives in the community will be much more difficult if we don't have a modernized LCLUP. And in speaking about the work that we must do in collaboration with the Coastal Commission, because I know there's disagreement in the community about this, but Coastal Commission has a lot of authority over the coast and the coastal zone, and cities on the coast have to work collaboratively with the Coastal Commission or things don't get done. And we have at least a dozen projects and initiatives in the works with Coastal Commission. So it's really important that we have a foundational document to refer to and reflect on and build out of and move forward to the future sustainability of Pacifica. And unless Mr. Murdoch has some final comments, I believe that completes our presentation.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
So it's council questions. How do we want to proceed with, are we going to go over every line again? Or what about the process?
I was thinking I wanted to get to public comment sooner than later. I do have an initial extraordinarily minor question out the gate that I just wanted to get out of the way. But I was kind of more focused
Okay.
on,
I think a couple questions are in order first.
Yeah.
So,
and then staff alluded to going line by line after we hear public, and I think that's
yes,
a
they
bad
did.
idea. Do you mind if I ask that very quick
Go,
question?
go ahead. I'm sure Christine has a couple questions too.
Sure.
So.
And a packet page 86. And I think I asked this question at the other one. I'm foregoing the minor typos. I heard what you said. I figure you'll catch them, and that's fine. What's crossed out in the red line is Sustainable Communities Strategy, or SCS. And then where it's written in above that, all we have is SCS without it being Sustainable Community Strategy. I would really like to see that written out fully in the document.
Yes, thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much.
That was an easy one.
I
Christine?
told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to start by thanking staff. I know a lot of this work that's gone into this agenda was just given to us last Wednesday. And so to incorporate it all and try to be ready for tonight has really just been an incredible amount of work. I've really struggled with this agenda, and I appreciate that I got a staff briefing yesterday. But I think it's important to kind of start by explaining to the community how you've identified the changes, the different colors and the different documents. And especially in the table, what I'm seeing was the column that was our draft alternative modifications that was the city's suggested recommendations to the coastal commission's recommendations. I think those now include the coastal commission recommendations. And so anyway, it's been a little confusing to just kind of go through. So maybe to explain that before we start today.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So the changes from the last agenda to this agenda, are reflected in the summary table as track changes. That's the red text. So anything that's red is new from, that was not included in the May 23rd agenda publication. And to explain what that third column is, I need to go back a little bit to the coordination meetings that Mr. Murdoch and I have had with coastal staff. So the city has the 2020 version. We received suggested modifications from 2023. The draft alternative modifications, that's the text that the city intends to submit to Coastal Commission to get certified. And yes, we've gone back and forth with them regarding specific texts, specific language, but the intention was always that the city was going to submit that text as our transmittal to them with the hopes that they would be able to accept that text as submitted without having additional suggested modifications before they prepare this document for hearing. If we just did our draft alternative modifications, anything that have been discussed with them that they had suggested would come as a suggested modification prior to that hearing. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to submit a document that can be accepted as submitted. The reason that we didn't include that specific text that came from coastal staff is because that it was draft language. It was not finalized language. The language that you see in column 3, that's the finalized language that coastal staff, city staff have agreed to thus far.
Okay. And so it's the track changes on your table are red, but in the book, there's red in the first chapters, which I think are general plan, and then there's green in the other chapters.
Yeah, so in the red line document, red line track changes, that's text from, excuse me, from the general plan consistency changes. So that's the language that city council approved into the document in October of last year. What's shown as green is the language that correlates to the third column in the summary table. Because we have so many different edits in that red line LCP, there's really, it was a hard way to try to distinguish new versus old in those columns. So it was decided that that text in column 3 was just going to correlate with the green text in the LCP without having the different types of versions, the different versions that we've seen throughout the different agenda publications.
And then I saw a few things yellow highlighted. What are those?
Yes, that's the specific text that coastal staff requested that the city change that relates to general plan consistency text. In retrospect, I should have included it in the summary table. It would have been much easier to explain that language if it was included in the summary table. But at the time, it was determined that because we had never included general plan consistency text in the summary table, it might be confusing to add it in now. Due to the minor changes, I think, like I said, in retrospect, it made sense. But essentially that's, like I said, policy, text changes that coastal staff requested that we look at and that we agree that should be changed. Because it's either inconsistent with some coastal policies or coastal act, or it just seems unnecessary to have it. I think one of the yellow texts that you see there underlined, I'm blanking on what packet page is on right now, but it's a sentence that says this policy applies citywide. There's no need to have that text in that policy because that policy in the LCP does not apply citywide. It only applies to the coastals. So it's minor changes, revisions in that nature.
Okay, so will we, because they're not in the table, will we be going over those tonight or?
Yes, I do
Okay.
have slides on each one of them.
Okay, great. And then you had mentioned 3 policies where staff didn't agree with Coastal Commission staff. Are you prepared to show us what they asked for and kind of explain why you didn't agree?
Yeah, so what they asked for is in the staff report. That's the summary that's included in the staff report. And we can discuss that when we go through, when
That
the line
would
by
be
line
great.
item.
Great, thank you.
If I could, just
Yeah,
before you
please.
move on, with regard to the colors of the text, I want to make sure I understood that what is red in the table turns to green when it is in the book.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Um,
Oh, actually, I have one more question. In the current version of this, of this printing and this attachment of the submittal, the 2020 submittal, are the original changes from coastal staff clearly delineated? The ones I'm talking about from the fall of 2022, right? 23,
The suggested modifications from March 2023?
the very first ones.
Yeah, so those are the ones that are underlined with black.
With
or-
black,
Yes.
right? I thought so, but I wanted to go back. Thank you.
Just two more questions. So, the staff report has a recommended, action to approve this document as is, and it says that there's no alternative action has been identified. I just want to clarify, I mean, if we decide the SRA policies are not something that, the majority of the council supports, I assume that there's an option that we could modify this document to take those policies out.
Yes, so council has certainly has the opportunity to make modifications if a majority of the council would so desire to do that. The alternative recommendations in the staff report are just staff's perspective on what the alternatives being proposed are. And in this case, they're not proposing an alternative. They're making a recommendation that council go forward with the resolution.
Okay,
So that statement in the staff report doesn't limit the universe of actions that the council can take. It's just the alternative actions that staff has considered. And for this particular case, the recommendation is to proceed with the resolution.
okay, thank you. And then just one final question. We're getting a lot of questions about the golf course, and I think Christian has maybe explained some of this before, but can you explain one more time? That is San Francisco's property. How does it relate to our local coastal plan? Are the rules that are in here applicable to the golf course also?
Yes, thank you. So the San Francisco Golf Course is subject to the LCP. The policies that are in that document do apply to that project site or to that site.
I think with one clarification that a portion of the golf course site is within the Coastal Commission's retained permit jurisdiction. And so the Coastal Commission will refer to the city's local coastal program policies when reviewing coastal development permits in those areas, but they're not strictly bound by them. Whereas in the portion that's within the city's permit jurisdiction as part of the certified LCP, those policies in the city's LCP would apply to coastal development permit actions in those areas. Prior staff report packets have included a map that showed that delineation. So it is in the record, but I don't know, give or take half just for sort of illustrative purposes.
Can you just roughly describe which half? I'm sorry.
So the seaward half is retained permit jurisdiction by the Coastal Commission.
By the Coastal Commission and
Correct. I should clarify. Retained permit jurisdiction means areas that under the Coastal Act, the Coastal Commission is obliged to retain its permit jurisdiction. These are most commonly areas below the mean high tide line, for instance, but often includes former tide lands that may have been filled in, like Laguna Salada, for example, or portions of the Pedro Point neighborhood. And so by statute, those are areas that the Coastal Commission retains permit jurisdiction, and permit authority cannot be conveyed to a local jurisdiction through a certified LCP.
and just to make it really clear, so I think what I what I wrote down that you said is the CCC will refer to our policies, but they're not necessarily bound by them. So if San Francisco wants to try something else that's, not compatible or coordinated with ours, they can advocate for that and potentially have modifications that don't comply with our.
I think that's probably a fair statement, right? So they would essentially, the city's LCP policies would be advisory to the coastal commission. They're important and the city can communicate intent, right, related to certain land use actions that have effect on surrounding portions that are within the city's permit jurisdiction. But ultimately, the coastal commission will decide coastal act consistency using the coastal act as the primary reference and the LCP as the secondary reference.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mary.
Thank you for your presentation, Stephanie. I know for me, with all of the red lines, it was hard for me to read. So when I would open up the document, I would see all the red, right? It would just be hard because I would just see red. And so after learning more from you, I understand now that all of the red in the draft alternative modifications have been a collaboration between our staff and the Coastal Commission staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's really good to hear, because I think our community needs to hear that over and over again, that the relationship between our staff and the Coastal Commission staff is greatly improved. That makes me happy. I really look forward to talking about CR 142 when we get there.
You? I did ask this question of staff earlier. One of the items says as soon as presented. It's the SRA policy. And that may not be the correct word, but as soon as presented to the California Coastal Commission, there are so many levels of what presented, accepted are, and I should have written down the page number. But can you clarify that for me? Because if we can make changes prior to their accepting our local coastal update plan, then it makes a big difference. You want me to try to find that and get back later?
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Okay,
I did follow up. I wanted to ask, forgive me, I think it was sent to us, but I think I lost track of it. The answer to the mayor's question about the school district that was
yeah.
asked at our last meeting. I was looking through the staff report to find a reference to that, and I believe it was actually answered before that, but I'm not sure. And I would like to have a staff response to that.
About Ingrid B. Lacey.
Yes, specifically, the school, the property, Ingrid B. Lacey School. Yes, thank you.
Staff will provide that answer in just a moment. Mayor Pro Tem.
should I go forward and we can have these questions answered a little bit later after public comment? Would that be more helpful?
I found the response that we provided to council. So the school district site is subject to the LCP. That middle school is in the coastal zone, and so the project may potentially trigger a coastal development permit. The site is located outside of the coastal vulnerability zones and outside of the tsunami inundation zone. So some of the policies that we've discussed, the technical reporting, siting and design policies don't apply to that coastal development permit if and when it comes in.
And since
And it's, so one thing to clarify, so the appeal jurisdiction does extend to the east inland line of Palmetto Avenue. So while the project itself is not within the school site is not within the appeal jurisdiction, if they propose any work in the right of way, that might be in the appeal jurisdiction.
So the buildings themselves are not in the appeal jurisdiction. It's the right of way, which is the street, the gutter, the curb, the sidewalk, perhaps, versus say, for example, for those familiar, the circular, semicircular driveway that goes up in front of the school and continues on.
Correct.
That would be district or,
It's coastal zone, but it's not appeal jurisdiction, so the city retains permit jurisdiction, and there's no ability to appeal that to California Coastal Commission.
however, the policies in the document that pertain to substantial structural modification and that those pretty significant policies would apply. But administered by the city.
Correct.
I understand. Thank you.
And Mayor Vatalas,
Yes.
I believe that you were referring to CRI 41 on the effective date of policies.
Yes.
And maybe Ms. Cervantes wants to answer this, but my understanding is that with the SSRAs, the revised language indicates that they will only be of force and effect when two things occur. One of them is that the city submits to the executive director the initial coastal access and resiliency program or resilience program, which Ms. Cervantes discussed earlier. And the second thing is that the city has commenced work on the shoreline adaptation program, has initiated work on the shoreline adaptation program. So once those two things occur, then the SSRAs become effective.
Okay.
I did ask a question prior to tonight that I thought I should clarify it here. In regard to what our city attorney just stated, the trigger, I guess you would call it, or the defining action is, as I understand it, the submittal of the plan. And the specific question I had was, you know, as with our own planning documents, there's a point where a physical plan is submitted, and then there's the point at which it's deemed accepted. And what I was trying to drill into a bit is to be very clear on what the difference is with regard to this specific policy change or addition since our last view of the draft. Can anyone clarify that for us?
Yes, thank you. So this was something that was discussed with coastal staff to make sure that both agencies were in the same understanding. And so in that policy submitted is the city has written that program, it's been approved by city council, and it has been submitted to California Coastal Commission for their review. There is no need for that to be certified or reviewed for the SSRA policy to go into effect. The trigger for those policies to go into effect is checking off both of those items. And that would be submittal.
Okay, and I think I would like to have a really in plain English explanation of what those policies are, what those plans are, and how they relate to what we in the public have seen prior to tonight. So that we can, and the reason I want to do that, why I think it's important is because these policies, these plans in tandem represent the statement of Pacifica's commitment to adaptation strategies being implemented and mitigation strategies in our jurisdiction. It's something we often hear from the community, and we want to explore that point more. I want to explore that point more as we come back to deliberation.
Can I just say one thing about process? I think it would be super helpful that we make sure to go slow, mention packet page numbers and like kind of like go in line so that we don't jump around too much, because I think the jumping around can be confusing not only for us, but for our community. And so I think that the more we can stay, structured, the better.
To that point, I think we need to make sure we spend enough time on chapter 6.
Mhm.
At a glance, it looks like everything got changed around. What happened there? And that was my initial thought when I was looking at it. And then I hunkered down, I sat down and I read it. And I was, I'm hesitant to use the word delight because it does not seem like a word that should be brought into this process. And yet, compared to what I thought I was looking at when I first got the package and how comparatively easy it was for me to read it once I got past my mental block and hunkered down and read it, it was a much more intuitive read than I'd given it credit for on a glance. So I want to spend as much time as we need to feel as though we're clear on what chapter 6 has become.
Yeah, and one possible idea, to not go completely in order, but to actually start with chapter 6, because they are the more difficult changes and hard to understand, and probably the ones that the community mostly cares about. So if we do those early while we're fresh and can really focus, and then we can go back to the beginning, because
Well, in that,
just a suggestion.
I like that idea, because the last time we went through chapter 6, it was rather late hour when we got to it. The thing that I would want to have us do, though, is when a policy references back to another
Yeah,
policy,
To go look at that.
like CRI 2, notwithstanding, like I was doing, I want us to go through that and make sure that this means this,
I
right?
agree completely. Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of meaning here that is important. I've circled a few words in some of the updates that for example, words like full being added when it wasn't there before, or commensurately,
Mhm.
it wasn't there before. I need to get to the level of nuance of that. And I am already feeling my compatriot over here saying, let's don't nitpick, but I need to. I
No,
want
no,
you
no,
to
no.
know.
I'm happy to, I think my previous statement is commensurate with the notion of nitpicking.
In a full way.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that going from specific terms to general terms or general terms to specific terms is important because there's a lot of philosophical nuance to those apparently minor changes. And I think that our community has spent a lot of time very focused on a lot of nuance. And so you'll find no hesitation here on that point. As for starting with 6 rather than going 1 through, I just want to check in with Mary. Are you cool with that?
I am, as long as we don't,
Okay, because it's important to me that we're all following along in the same place.
yeah, no, I think it's a good idea.
So, okay, cool.
And I agree with both of you about all the red lines, because when you start looking and you go, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
there's so much here. And we've gone through it and gone through it and gone through it. And then there's all these red lines. And you just go, oh, how are we going to get past that? I know I'm not asking a question, but I'm just agreeing.
Yeah.
I'm
The process.
agreeing with process with you.
Madam Mayor, you would appear to be directing process.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Of course I am. So if there are no more questions, we're going to go to public comment. And I'm extremely surprised at the lack of cards that I have in front of me for speakers. So if you could, please turn in cards if you want to speak, because I was assuming there would be a lot more. But I'm going to start now. And I will read the line here.
And Madam Mayor, are you, the time limit for
There are very few cards,
Okay,
so we're going to go 3
3
minutes.
minutes? All right.
I'm sorry, I made that decision.
Well, she asked you.
I get to make the decision, but I feel like everybody should, okay, so 3 minutes. And I'm going to read, for special meetings, public comments are limited to items on the agenda only. Public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on this agenda item must relate to the specific item. If comments do not relate to the specific agenda item, then the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay on topic. If the warning is not followed, the mayor will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone. And thank you very much. And like I said the other night, please respect the opinions of others, because there are two sides to every coin. And we all should respect each other for our opinions. So we're going to start, what?
No clapping.
No clapping.
Raise your hand.
Thank you. So the very first person is Lisa Vossing, followed by Jeff Vossing, and then Richard Harris. And if I mess up your name, I'm really sorry, because it just happens.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for your tremendous work. As a lawyer, my head spinning at just listening to what you guys are trying to digest with red lines, yellow, red. I would be horrified. And I worry that you're ready to really vote on this. Just hearing what you guys are trying to figure out, what's the change, what data is standing in tandem with another. And then also that the alternatives that I think you mentioned, Councilwoman Bowles, I mean, what are those? Do you have something else you can consider? I've been here before many times. I'm, longtime golf course, but a Pacifica resident now for many years with my husband. And I'm very concerned that we had in April talked about the golf course being excluded from the SRA and the onerous requirements for permits, including engineering reports and things that might be needed to keep that clubhouse standing. It's almost 100 years old. And I think this is probably a common thread with people that are asking questions about what do I have to do to keep my house standing in these neighborhoods? It will kill the project. We have an asset and a resource in our community with this golf course and with the clubhouse. And to let the California Coastal Commission have more power or to bend to their power is really concerning to me. I hear, oh, we're getting along so well with them and better, but who's bending to who and you guys are Pacifica. We are Pacifica. The city, the Coastal Commission is not. So I would really urge you to, carve that golf course in those communities out of the SRA and out of the onerous requirements of this new revision for the coastal plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And then Richard Harris and Robert Downing.
Thank you. I'm also a longtime Pacifica resident, and I'd like to ask the council to not approve the new revised plan and to come back to look at all the alternatives. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Richard, Robert Downing, Larry Bothan.
Good evening, Council, and thank you. I was concerned by the late receipt by the community, including myself, has pointed out errors in the process as it goes through, so that community participation is not just people showing up at meetings, but adding information. Among the items that we've added is that the plan as written would prohibit a lot of ordinary maintenance at the golf course. When trees come down, they need to be removed. When trees are dead and branches are endangering people underneath, that they need to be removed. When sand needs to be put in sand traps, or tees need to be built, or greens need to be built. All of these things are, if you take it literally, these are all structures, and these are all developments. Removal of objects is development. There has been no effort by the city to talk with an important constituent, San Francisco, and say, how is this going to affect your ability to maintain this asset, which is a local landmark, and it is an important part of the plan, important part of the community. That's the golf course and also the clubhouse. And so that needs to be taken into consideration. There is another aspect that I dealt with in my letter, which is the low-cost housing. There is a mandate that low-cost housing be protected. That is protected by the Sharp Park seawall. And that is not, that area is not being in the special resiliency areas, as it should. There's a mandate in the Coastal Act, not just the equity, but it's in the coastal section. I gave you a site in the letter. And so that you are leaving both this important recreational asset and low-cost housing, not to mention the Fairway Park.
Thank
they
you,
need
Richard.
to be
Your
protected.
time's over.
Thank you.
Robert Downing, Larry Bothan, and Jeff Guillet.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank you for waking me up. Never heard so much double talk in my whole life. But I'm a layman. I lived here. I moved here when I was 3. I've been here since I'm 60. I've been here for 65 years. And from what I understand about the new plan is that the city, I mean, the little fairway park, they're going to be left to themselves. The golf course is going to be left to themselves. They're not going to be able to fix anything and do anything to improve. Now, my wife says I have no sense of direction. My friends say I make no sense, but I do have common sense. And I looked up the definition of common sense. It means good sense, sound judgment in practical matters. Well, if you look at it, when the gentleman over here said that we needed a fundamental document. Why do we need a fundamental document? If you have common sense, and you all have common sense, and you're all confused about what's in this plan that these guys are presenting to us, you vote no. It's common sense. We all have common sense. We all love the city of Pacifica. If we'll have the Coastal Commission come in here and tell us what we have to do with our city, makes no sense. So use your common sense and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Bothan, Jeff Guillet, and Jennifer Bailing.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? Every time you agree to another study session, the Coastal Commission comes back with even more restrictive, back-breaking requirements that have rendered the coastal plan we submitted 4 years ago unrecognizable. It doesn't even look like the one we had last year. Now they've changed the definition and the name of the SRAs to SSRAs and their intention, and further choke their intended purpose to protect specific visitor-serving parts of our coastline. They changed the numbering of the implementation policies, making previous public comments about them basically null and void. If it wasn't obvious already, you must realize this is no longer about coastal policy and planning. The Coastal Commission doesn't care about coastal access or protecting critical infrastructure needed to keep our city functioning. They don't care about making Pacifica more attractive to visitors. They don't care about the citizens who live here or the businesses who serve them. They don't care about basing plans on the best available science. The latest forecast from the Ocean Protection Council this June reduced the expected sea level rise in 2100 by about 50%, less than the numbers used in our current LCLUP. They should be revising the maps and shrinking the hazard zones accordingly. The commission certainly doesn't care about the original intent of the Coastal Act because with every new hoop they want us to jump through, they get further away from the intent, which was to make the coast accessible to everyone while protecting existing development. So what's this really all about? This has become a vendetta. The commission wants to break us. They want to see us crawl. They want to hang our pelt on the wall for every coastal city in California to see what happens when you defy the almighty California Coastal Commission. They intend to blow a city of 36,000 people off the map with Byzantine policies that change with the tide. The only counter to this is to stop negotiating with the commission because it will only get worse. As our elected representatives, your first obligation is to the people of Pacifica, not to the Coastal Commission, not to city staff. If this were good for us, they wouldn't be trying to push it through on such short notice, especially with all of these changes. You know it won't stand the light of day. I don't care if you pause, delay, or deep six this stinking piece of garbage, but defend Pacifica and reject it. It's time to step back and let the wealthy coastal cities with deep pockets take the lead. Let them duke it out with the commission because they won't be pushed around like Pacifica. When the CCC's overreach becomes public knowledge, millions of coastal Californians will demand their legislators put a stop to it. They will do what we should do, which is talk to our legislators. Senator Becker chairs the State Senate Committee that funds the CCC. Assemblyman Berman can confer with the Speaker of the Assembly who appoints commission members. Supervisor Mueller has indicated publicly and privately that he will support us. Call a joint meeting with them now. If you consult with them, they will be our allies at the bargaining table, allies who can help push our projects through, who recognize the terrible cost of not protecting this city, allies who want to be reelected. That's a force even the Coastal Commission might
Thank
shrink.
you, Larry.
Vote no on the
Time's up.
resolution. Thank you.
Jeff, Jennifer Bailey, Marianne Osberg.
Hello, council. I'm here tonight to plead with you to take a pause on this LCLUP. Please do not direct city staff to submit this massively flawed plan back to the Coastal Commission. I can understand why you might be tired and frustrated. I am, but I'm asking you to consider the far-reaching consequences. As expected, CCC staff have created a whole new set of demands with this latest LCLUP proposal. If any of you think that this LCLUP will pave the way to getting a new seawall or doing the Sharp Park specific plan, you haven't been paying attention. They renamed the SRAs to special shoreline resiliency areas, and now only allow public infrastructure on the immediate ocean front. Take a look at that policy to consider shoreline protections. This has huge implications to those other plans. SSRAs now only go into effect after 2 huge programs are submitted and certified by the Coastal Commission and started. These programs are so huge that the city gave themselves 10 years to implement and find funding for them. This is the poison pill that CCC staff inserted that caused the June 4th meeting to be canceled. Now city staff are saying they don't know how long it will take to submit them, but they think within 1 year is a reasonable time frame. It's ludicrous to think that they can do all that work in a year when we've been hearing from the city manager all along saying that staff have too much on their plates now. Plus, we lost our planning director. The new policy CRI 42 suspends implementation of the SSRAs if the CCC doesn't certify the plans. Certified, you were talking about that, Sue, about the difference between approval and certification. Pay attention to that. If they don't certify it within 15 months, it goes into suspension indefinitely. In other words, canceled. The SSRAs don't work anymore. All they need to do is sit on it, not certify it, and they've killed it. And I haven't seen them do anything to help our city. I can count on them to sit on it for 15 months. And to cap it all off, now the SSRAs expire on January 1st, 2045. The new CRI 31 policy prohibits any replacement of seawall materials in excess of 50%, which kills any notion of replacing the seawall. And it's directly in conflict
Thank you,
with
Jeff.
the other policies.
Thank you. Denise Bailing, Marianne Osberg, and then Chuck Gust.
Coming in on my scooter. Highly recommended if you ever need one. Good evening, City of Pacifica, City Clerk, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, Planning Director, and others. I'm Jennifer Beeling, and I'm resident and owner of an apartment building in Sharp Park District, fighting for my property rights, and I am against this LUP and request a pause, not a pass. I'm making a very short, simple economic ethical appeal. I have spent my life savings and earnings to build this dream of living at the ocean and providing my tenants the same enjoyment. I and others moved to Pacifica with the belief that the seawall and the Pacifica Pier would be maintained by the City of Pacifica, and that this was a city that would protect all its residents and businesses, not just those on the hills. By allowing the shoreline to change, you will deprive many of their homes and businesses, while those outside of the designated area will enjoy a future windfall profit as the new shoreline properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Osberg, Chuck Gust, and Cliff Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor Vaterlos, council members and staff. My name is Marianne Osberg. I am a affordable housing provider here in Sharp Park. And I spent the last couple of days trying to go through a lot of the new changes, and I absolutely do appreciate all the hard work that you guys have done. It's a lot. And so I absolutely appreciate all of your efforts. It's very confusing, and it's the new changes are even more scary. And I've come up here and I've spoken before about the amount of people that still don't know that this is happening. They still don't know. I've got neighbors and fellow property owners that have no idea that the fate of their livelihood could be at stake, where their tenant's going to go. You know, as I've mentioned before, we have some of the most affordable housing here on the peninsula and in the Bay Area. And those of us that know, we know too much, and it's very scary. You know, it causes a lot of us to lose sleep at night. Now with these added programs that they want us to put into place, the adaptation and mitigation strategies, and what triggers those, you know, how are we going to sleep at night? How are we going to be able to sleep at night knowing in 5 years, what does this look like? In a couple of years, or, 5 years or less, what does this look like? Without any sort of any way of knowing that this, we're protected. And so I'm asking you guys to do the right thing. Please pause this. I'm not saying to stop it. I'm not a climate change denier. But I have talked to Supervisor Mueller. I've talked to our Assemblyman Berman, and I know the two of them, and they've said Becker would as well, have a meeting of the minds with you. Get some of our other state legislators involved, the other coastal cities involved, so that you guys can collaborate more effectively with the Coastal Commission. I understand you have, what you say, a great relationship with them, but we're doing all of the giving and they're doing all of the taking. And I really would please encourage you to pause, have the courage to pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Gust, Cliff Lawrence, and Cindy Abbott.
Evening to everybody. Good or bad, thank you all for the time that you put in serving the community and helping us get through stuff like this and everything else that you have to do. I'm a very strong property rights advocate. If the whole staff and the council went online and looked up the Pacific Legal Foundation and followed them for the last 30 or 40 years and saw the cases that were brought to court against the private property owners because of the California Coastal Commission, I guess years ago I could say you wouldn't get in bed with them, but now I gotta say you wouldn't get on the bus. You would not take this ride. All you need is to get some background information. I had somebody say to me, well, maybe the staff is a little overzealous. They're not overzealous. They're extortionist. And you need to be aware of that before you go forward. If it only reflected one property, if it was only the golf course, there should be a continuance. You should not go forward on this. I brought a document in that was written by the city manager in 2023. And let me see if I can see it here. It says, to date, only a few coastal cities in California have updated their LCLUPs to incorporate the SLR adaptation policies, and even fewer have been successfully certified through the Coastal Commission process. The poor track record statewide is insightful about the various complex policies and disparities between the Coastal Commission and local government. I know I probably can't ask him any questions, but has this changed? Does anybody know up there? Has this statement that is a year ago changed? Are cities up and down the California coast still, or are we trying to be the first victim? I thought that it's important. I think you should go back, review this statement and this document that was from the city manager. And anyway, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Cliff Lawrence. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, staff. It would have been maybe a little instructive if you could have been back in the audience here, hearing all the mutterings that I was hearing as we were describing colors, and it sounded like a fruit salad. It does not appear that we are at a point that we have an apparent baseline that we're working from. We've got a lot of things that still seem to be in flux, and this isn't the time to finalize your decision. I am a little bit concerned that when you're put in this position where you're given one alternative past this, and it doesn't say what the alternatives are. I know, city manager's been concerned about the delays. He thought we'd wrap this up in 4 meetings. But then again, you know, the SRAs can change the game. That wasn't in the original plan. If this is going into extra innings, that's a contributor. And one other thing, the Coastal Commission is not our enemy. I mean, if it was, I'm sure staff would be telling us they're in communication with them. We need to continue to work with them and as we said, common sense and reason and work for the best outcome. But tonight's not your night. Thanks.
Thank you. Cindy Abbott, then Angel Silver and Laura Walsh.
That's taller than me. Hi, Cindy Abbott, West Sharp Park. I sent you written comments earlier with a request to provide yourselves and the community more time to understand the significant changes to the revised certification draft. Repeatedly, we hear this process has been taking place for 15 years, and that is true. I've taken part in almost every one of those meetings over that period of time. But my concern is that since December 5th, staff completely changed the conversation with the injection of resiliency areas, a carve out of the coast, and now after 15 years, wants you to expedite in a little more than 6 months approval of this document. I'm also sitting out in the audience, and I also read all the public comment letters that came in this afternoon. And I am deeply disturbed about what has happened due to what I feel is just an incredibly poor communication plan that has taken place, allowing the community the time to really understand what these changes will mean to us. I appreciate hearing that Coastal Commission staff is working with you. I'm disturbed to read people equate them to terrorists. But and that's in a public comment letter. And that's because of how this process has come down. You know, dramatic changes have happened here, and listen to what we're hearing here. The misinformation, the lack of understanding. That's our job or your job, our public job for you all to help us and for us to work together to know what's going on in this document. And you cannot do that today. There is just no way. I appreciate that coastal staff worked with city staff trying to reorganize everything to make it more logical and sense. There have been those significant changes that have been added to it that even me reading it last night a couple of times don't understand. And I've been involved with this for 15 years. Please, you need to pause because you need everybody to come together as a community. We might not all like it, but we need to understand what is happening here. And right now, people do not. People are fearful for their homes when they're probably not even going to be impacted just because of how poorly this has been communicated. I want to go home and cry because of what is happening right now with this as one of the worst points in the city's history that I've had about this local coastal plan. Please take that into consideration, what everybody is feeling on all sides of this. We really need to work through helping people, not making them, helping people understand what is in this and what it means to us. There could be good things, but we don't know.
Thank you, Cindy. Angel Silver, Laura Walsh, then Suzanne Drake.
Angel Silver. I find the whole thing really confusing because the first thing that I had heard was planned retreat and parts of Pacifica are going to be allowed to fall in the ocean. So I'm wondering exactly what parts of Pacifica are going to be affected. You know, I used to live with my grandparents here over on Paloma, you know, so we're talking, 50 plus years of love for this place. I want to know what's happening. I worked my whole life to get back here. And now I'm hearing that it's going to fall in the ocean. So I'm upset. And you're representing us. So I'm going to say this while I've got it in front of me. I would like for you to work with us some more and put this on pause. I think that's the best thing. You know, the community deserves a voice. We really do. You know, I understand you're representing us, but that's exactly it. If you don't know what we want, how can you represent us? We need to work together on this. You know, not just try and shove something through. Because I still don't understand what's going on, you know? I live over where we have a seawall, but is everything else around us going to go into the ocean? I don't know. And you're talking about red, green, and yellow and all this stuff. And you have an extra screen here that had a bunch of nonsense on it. It could have had diagrams to show us what you were talking about, but I had no idea. So I don't think we're prepared. I think you should pause this. Honestly, everyone wants you to pause. You know, it's not just you on the council, it's thousands and thousands of people and a lot of history and a lot of love. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Walsh, Suzanne Drake, and then Kimberly Finale.
Good evening. I'm Laura Walsh. I'm the California Policy Manager for the Surfrider Foundation. I actually don't have a specific recommendation, but I thought I would speak up because I do live in the Outer Sunset. And yeah, I'm an outsider here, but I surf here and my job is to follow around the Coastal Commission. And I've gone to every Coastal Commission meeting for about 5 years. And I also work in Sacramento dealing with Coastal Act issues there. And I just thought based on some of the comments, I would make my own. The Coastal Commission's role is to uphold the Coastal Act, and the Coastal Act was approved by voters in the 70s. And so the Commission's job in implementing that is balancing property rights with coastal resource protections. Obviously, people here are feeling like, you know, where that balance is falling is not in the right place. But the default without that kind of oversight is that our coastline is awesome. And if we don't regulate it, it gets privatized. Pacifica is not the only community in this situation. I started this job in Del Mar. It's a very wealthy city in San Diego County with no local coastal program update because it was continually withdrawn. Now they have to deal with really major projects without an LCP update. A lot of cities have done their LCP updates, about a third of coastal California, City of Santa Cruz, San Diego, Solana Beach. And because of a Senate bill last year, SB 272, all cities have to do these updates within the next 10 years. So I do think what you're going through is, you know, involves some innovation and have a lot of recognition for how difficult that is. I think as this community figures out how it wants to get the balance right between private property and coastal resource protection, you have to also be realistic about sea level rise. The vulnerability assessment here is not good. You know, well, it was well done, but you know, it's not, it doesn't make me excited about the future for coastal resources in Pacifica. A lot of beaches here are gone at high tide. Anyway, the council's comments really matter, and I do think the commission is watching and just appreciate what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Suzanne, Kimberly Finale, and then Frank Vella.
Hi, council and staff and city manager. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long process. You guys have done a great job so far. It is unfortunate that the Coastal Commission is thrown into monkey wrench. I've never known of a group or an agency to, you know, you're having a discussion, the ball's in your court, the ball's in my court. And then to throw a monkey wrench out there when they haven't even seen what we've come up with. It's doing bad business, working in bad faith. Let's put this on pause. Better yet, let's vote no for now. Let somebody else be the guinea pigs, see where it goes. I think we're going to be in a better place legally as well, pushing this down the road and seeing what happens with others. As we've already seen, there are plenty of folks that have sued the Coastal Commission and won. So let's let those ride a little bit longer and protect our city. So I urge the council to table this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Finale and Frank Vella.
Good evening, council members and staff. Kimberly Finale, here speaking as a private citizen this evening. Most people are not as fortunate as we are to live in such a breathtaking natural environment. In fact, most destinations are surrounded by endless asphalt, concrete, gates, walls, fences, barriers, buildings, and hardscapes. But in Pacifica, all one must do to put their toes in the sand, listen to the waves, watch the pelicans fly overhead with wind blowing through our hair is walk west towards the endless sky and sea. We are unique. We have unique ability to cross the coast highway, walk down the stairs, and bury yourself in the warm sand to daydream. We have such freedom, such carefree and unobstructed happiness. It's a privilege. These opportunities are dwindling now, dwindling to private homes, homes and apartments so close to the sea that salt water effortlessly makes its way right through their living room windows, so close to the sea that they are falling in. There is great joy in walking to the ocean. When you arrive, you are rewarded for your effort. The voice of the ocean can almost be heard saying, "You've made it. You are here, and I'm glad to see you." Kick off your shoes, run, play with your dog, spin your beautiful children around, and then sit, relax, laugh, cry. Remember your loved ones who were here before you and us. There is history here. Celebrate it, mourn it, but whatever you do, be happy because everything is going to be okay. This is what the ocean means to me and many like me. It tells me you are home. You are Mother Nature's child. You have changed, like me, the ocean, and you belong here. We can go anywhere and hit a wall, but walls fail, walls crumble. Walls also eat our beaches, and walls are not meant to last forever, but the ocean is. Like you and me, it changes constantly. Some days it's calm, some days it's angry, some days you can barely hear it. Others, it can be heard a mile away or more. The ocean cannot be harnessed. It evolves, changes shape, ebbs and flows, but most immediately, it is rising. It will continue to rise and we must allow it. She cannot be stopped. Please don't try to stop her. She is beautiful. She cannot help herself, but we can help her. If we don't, she will come anyways. But we can plan for this. Let us join hands and plan for her. She's coming whether we like it or not, so let's embrace her. Over time, we can save those in her path from destruction by creating a plan for them to get out of her way. Because ready or not, she's coming. Let us be ready. Let us begin to pull infrastructure away from her. When the old infrastructure fails, with time and planning, new infrastructure can be ready to replace it, but only with a plan. Remember, we plan to fail only when we fail to plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Vella, Cata Gomes, and Remy Tan.
Hello, City Council staff. 15 years is a long time to work on something. And at this point, it sounds like there's a ton of confusion still, a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of questions of why we didn't do this or didn't do that. Why didn't we involve some cities that are in a similar situation? But bottom line is there's a lot of people who are upset about this, don't want to move forward. I hear that this is maybe the best that we can get tonight. Well, that just seems like we're giving up. We're giving up. The ocean is taking us over, so let's just retreat. So we can't do anything about it. What happened to the spirit in, our country that we could do anything, that we could land people on the moon, we could build the Golden Gate Bridge, but we can't do that today because it would take so much money and so much time. What happened to our ingenuity and our drive? It's ridiculous. There's other countries who have similar issues. They may not have built a wall, but they did other things to protect their property. I don't hear anything about that. I don't hear what we're going to do about moving this infrastructure if we just go to managed retreat, which is what we're really talking about. So it's frustrating. There were a lot of great comments on both sides here tonight and on previous meetings that we've had, you've heard it over and over. My head's about to explode because I'm going to quote Joe Biden on a comment he made with Iran, and was something that they were about to do. What do you say? Don't. So don't move forward with this. We can do better. I have a belief we can do better. We could come up with other things. I don't think the Coastal Commission's helping us. We had a representative out here not too long ago, a few weeks ago. Seemed like he didn't even know what was going on. It was the first time I think he was out here. We've never seen Coastal Commission here at these meetings. Sure, they don't have to be. They do whatever they want. So seems like every request we send to them, they change or deny it. So again, don't. This isn't good. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Cata Gomes, followed by Remy Tan.
Barsa Hershish, good evening. My name is Kata Gomes. I'm a Ramaytush descendant from the village of Tamigtok along Calera Creek. I hadn't planned to speak this evening, but in hearing so many comments referring to history and property rights, I would like to speak to your land acknowledgement that we heard at the beginning of this meeting, and we've been hearing for years. It speaks of how respected we as the indigenous stewards of this land for thousands of years, our opinion is so valued by this community. Yet there are still people on the commission who are making public statements about how we are extinct. I'm here to say that's not true. The Ramaytush descendants are still here. We have been stewards of this land for thousands and thousands of years. The coastline historically had been many miles out in the ocean for where it currently is. We are in a time of transition, and I feel that we need time to come together and to figure out solutions to move forward. Pacifica already has been threatened by the incoming level of the sea. Pacifica has already lost structures, homes, and apartment buildings to the ocean. During that time of that loss, there already were seawalls and armoring on the coast. That was not effective in stopping the ocean. The ocean is such a powerful force that we are very naive to think that we are in control. I think we definitely need more time, more understanding, and figure out a way where the different sides, different opinions can move forward. Also, in the land acknowledgement, it mentions that this is unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush. Many people are not even familiar with that, what that term means. That means there was never any compensation given for the taking of this indigenous homeland. You want to talk about property rights? There were never any treaties ratified in the state of California. Unless the land is currently under indigenous stewardship, the entire state
Thank you.
of California is
Your
on
time is done.
is on stolen land.
Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you.
is done.
Good night.
Remy?
Good evening, Honorable City Council and city staff. It's been kind of a long evening and a lot of comments, none of which have advocated approving this document on both sides. of the argument. So that makes it pretty clear that the city council probably should reject this document and send it back to get the proper revisions. I mean, I had a chance to go back there and take a look at it, and I hate to say it's an utter mess and very disappointing after 15 years of work. I do wonder what this consultant, Diet and Bhatia, that we're paying for is doing. I mean, I'm an architect, and as a consultant, I would be utterly embarrassed to have a document in this shape that's supposed to be approved by a agency. I'm flabbergasted. I mean, just in a brief look, I noticed the maps are out of date. The coastal access points are not where they actually exist in the field. I mean, did anybody go from the consultant to go out there and look at it? Did anybody from the city staff go out there and look at it, make sure the stuff's up to date? Some of the maps are 5 years old and older. I mean, has the science been updated? And then, I questioned some of the maps showing development on the coastal bluffs. I mean, we have buildings falling off. We probably should not have any development on coastal bluffs. And we have landslide maps that don't even call out landslides on the coastal bluffs. So I'm utterly confused. I think this document needs to go back. Again, the city needs to work with the Coastal Commission because unfortunately, for better or worse, that's what the voters approved in 72 to prevent the coast from becoming Miami Beach with high-rise condos from end to end that we see there and in many foreign cities. So, we have a balance. We want to preserve the coast, preserve coastal access, allow some limited development on that makes sense, that's not going to fall into the ocean. Right now, this document's confusing. It doesn't cut the mustard on that. We got to balance the beauty and the coastal access and some of the property rights, and as well as the indigenous people who we basically stole the property from. So there's a lot of stuff and historical things.
Thank you, Remy. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
Urge you not to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
We have 3 raised hands. The first raised hand is for, we have 4 raised hand, we have 5, okay, I'll just go. The first raised hand is for Stanley Lamfort.
Madam Mayor, I would recommend that we ask the people on Zoom to raise their hands if they're going to speak now so that we can get an accurate number and so that we're not constantly adding speakers via Zoom.
Okay, please raise your hand now if you want to speak on Zoom.
Can I ask that we give a little bit more time than we did Monday? Because I know some people got cut off that really wanted to talk. So maybe we could let a few people speak and then stop.
Okay. Okay. How many are there now, Emily?
There are currently 5 raised hands.
Okay.
So maybe give another minute to the speakers or to the participants on Zoom to raise their hands if they want to participate and speak.
I'm going to be more generous. We're going to give.
That's fine.
I'm going to
It's
give
just a
them
suggestion.
3 minutes, but they're going to have to step up. So.
It's like we've lost 2 council members to the bathroom.
Okay.
Now we don't have a quorum, so we need to take a
We do
recess.
not have a quorum. A 3-minute recess, and when we come back from our really short recess, no one's going to come out in the audience and talk. So then at that time, when we come back, then we will limit the number of speakers on the phone. Thank you. I said that out loud. I was kidding. Okay. Okay. Hello, our meeting is back in session. Chris and Jeff and Larry. Okay, our meeting is back in session. Emily, how many people have their hands raised?
We have 6 raised hands.
Madam Mayor, we need order in the council
We
chamber,
do.
please. Gavel.
Okay, I do. By the time I get it out, you guys are gonna be quiet. Okay, we're back in session. Please hold it down, all the way down. Thank you. And we have 6 people,
We have 6 raised hands.
and we're gonna limit it to the 6 people online to comment. So please, for the first person, please go ahead.
The first person is Stanley Lamport.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Stanley Lamport. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a land use lawyer who represents clients throughout the California coastal zone. And while I represent clients in the city, I'm not speaking on their behalfs tonight. I addressed you in April and noted that this is the most extreme plan I've seen when it comes to bluff setback, shoreline protection, and waiver of rights. And the recent amendments push this plan even further. In the brief time I have, I'm going to focus just on CRI 21. There's an inalienable right to protect property under the California Constitution, and this policy will compel every property owner on the coastline who obtains a CDP for any work to waive that right. Under the Coastal Act and the California Constitution, a city cannot approve or deny a CDP in a manner that damages private property for a public purpose without first compensating the owner, and this policy compels every property owner on the coastline who obtains a CDP for any work to waive those rights. Specifically, CRI 21 requires every CDP approval on the shoreline in the vulnerability zone to record a deed restriction which waives, quote, any rights that might exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of the permitted duration the permitted development is present on the property. The waiver is not limited to just the work approved by the CDP. And it doesn't even track the normal condition the Coastal Commission imposes when they intend to limit it to just the work approved by the CDP. So if someone renovates a home that requires a CDP, even a non-substantial modification, this policy requires the owner to waive all rights to protect any structure on the property to use that CDP. And if the property already has protection, the waiver will mean there's no longer a basis to retain the protection on the property. And to make matters worse, the policy requires property owners to indemnify and hold the city harmless for any injury or damage related to the terms of the approval, the interpretation, or enforcement of the permit conditions, meaning property owners must waive their constitutional rights to compensation for property damage that will result from the waiver of the property rights. And while the restriction only applies for so long as the improvement exists, if the remodel has things that are integrated into the structure, that means it's forever. The effect of the policy is to bring about a dismantling of shoreline and bluff protection for any property in the city that does any work that requires a CDP. And once again, these policies are walking the city into the line of fire on rather significant legal issues that will inevitably come up from people who resist the death penalties these policies impose. The policy should be revised to be no more restringent than what the Coastal Commission could require under the Coastal Act, which is not the case with this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
The next raised hand is for Sam Casillas.
Go ahead, Sam.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. The current draft of the Pacifica's proposed LCP is fairly flawed, as I've said many times. And one of the big things is the staff is conflating land use designations, the LCIP, to requirements for project permit-based environmental review. These violations are not just present in the quarry, Amari Point, and the undeveloped San Pedro site, but also will nullify any changes in the general plan outside the coastal zone due to the inherent conflicts that must be rectified prior to the 2040 general plan's implementation. CEQA guidelines also, section 15.125 explicitly prohibits use of future plans and permits as a baseline, and clarifies that the correct baseline should be physical environmental conditions that exist. The city is also now ignoring the state guidelines recommendations for 6.6 feet of SLR through 2100 from the latest 2024 Ocean Protection Council policy updates. So, just cherry picking what your data is not good. The fact that the city staff and council has consistently ignored its own citizens who present the best available science shows that they're not listening and will be forced to just wait for the CCC appeal process that is there to uphold the law of the state and will perhaps lead to the litigation, which is appalling. The Coastal Commission is there to protect the public trust, and those living in the coastal zone knew where they live and are bound by the laws of the coastal zone that the majority of the people of California voted for, and vilifying the Coastal Commission for imaginary property rights is misleading, continues to cause harm to the city. What is sad is those who have real fears of losing their homes are not realizing that their anger should be directed at Pacifica staff and council for doing the bidding of real estate lobbyists like Sam Carr and Smart Coast for developers and not coming up with solutions to help its own citizens with nature-based solutions versus hard arming that will not work. Be honest with Pacificans and help the people whose homes are vulnerable and not developers for new development that further puts us in danger. The city needs to stop hiding behind blaming the Coastal Commission and be accountable for following the law, which is the Coastal Act, and quit pretending the Coastal Commission is some out of control bureaucratic entity. The Coastal Act has been law since 1979, and the citizens of Pacifica need to be educated instead of the hostile environment this staff and council created, which has misinformed its residents, continue blaming the Coastal Commission for its continued poor planning, which only moves from one emergency evacuation to another without future planning that would help all of us. They always talk about the great relationship it has cultivated with the Coastal Commission, but in action it has never actually been there, and in his revisionist history, and is why we are still working on an LCIU plan for over 10 years and still nowhere closer to resolution from a plan.
Sam, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Tony Sadak.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm advocating for approving the document with the SRAs in place. Yeah, I'm frustrated that we're still hearing comments debating managed retreat. We spent 2 years plus getting input, having consultants' findings and recommendations. And I thought we came to a decision, and that every time we have a meeting, we're rehashing the same debates. I feel like it's stall tactics. Not everybody is going to agree, and this applies not just to the people opposed in the public, but also to council members who are opposed. But I think people, on the council themselves should act in good faith. And if it's not what you wanted, there's compromises that are made on both sides. But we need to make some kind of progress. It's never going to be perfect. We're never going to have unanimous agreement. But even if we approve this, we're still looking at a realization of 10 years. People who are talking about managed retreat, I think it's callous commentary because, these are people's homes, people who pay taxes and invested in Pacifica. I think the document, while not perfect, is progress. And if we don't approve it, we're just stalling, and it's stalling not for days or weeks or months, but years. When are we going to take the next step forward and try to make some progress? And I also say that, the seawall does work. It has worked. Even a substandard seawall has done the protection. The new seawall would be even better. And, we'll be a city that's on the map, not a city where people are abandoning and property values are dropping. We just need to make some progress toward our goals. So I advocate the approval.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Go ahead, Summer.
Hi, it's Summer Lee. I wish for a public process that doesn't start with confusing policy, but that genuinely educates and builds consensus around the long-term vision and plan for the coast that balances both those who will tragically lose their homes and those who don't want to tragically lose our beaches. And yes, also centers the Ramaytush people in that vision. The orchestrated antagonization and misinformation about the Coastal Commission is quite desperate and unfortunate. There were comments that we are bowing to the Coastal Commission and that they are overlord terrorists. But people, we are all the Coastal Commission. We, the public, voted in the Coastal Act to protect us and the coast, frankly, from folks who wanted to selfishly protect their buyer beware assets at the expense of beaches and everyone else, not to mention the less enfranchised people. The Coastal Commission does in fact care about Pacifica, and I would argue more than the special minority interests protecting their narrow assets, which from here look like an area that is 50% Airbnbs and profiteering landlords. The Pacifica staff can't be clearer that they wrote this draft, not the Coastal Commission. To continue to antagonize the Coastal Commission is pure folly. City staff with a council majority directed them, and this is where we are. They are responsible for where we're at. But what the committee all seems to agree on is that the SRAs are not wanted nor understood, and like a zombie, it keeps staying alive in drafts and getting less and less clear. It's interesting because from my reading of this, the private property smart coast people should actually like this draft because it allows for shoreline protection to be added, which is a major unprecedented compromise by the Coastal Commission. But I think they're too busy antagonizing the Coastal Commission. And also the city's lacking a good communication plan. But luckily for tonight, the committee seems to overwhelmingly agree there needs to be more time to have more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. And next,
The next raised hand is for Kimberly Williams.
go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Vaterlos and council members. I'm Kimberly Williams, representing the local San Mateo County chapter of Surfrider Foundation. You've heard my comments over and over at most of these meetings, and I'm not going to repeat everything that I've said before because I think so many people have spoke so eloquently tonight on the issues here and the problems. Our local chapter continues to support the Coastal Commission's original recommendations for Pacifica's LCLUP, and we oppose the creation of the special resiliency areas that the city created. As many have stated here tonight, the city has confused the public and failed to communicate clearly about this draft policy. It was the city staff who created the SRA carve-outs and other elements the public is concerned about in the current LCLUP draft, not the Coastal Commission. We agree that this current draft serves no one well and is a mess. You've heard this quite eloquently from so many speakers, and we hope that you'll listen. We urge the council to listen to Pacifica's residents who may not always agree on the details, but who seem to be in agreement this time that they don't support this draft document as it now stands, including the SSRA carve-outs. We ask you not to certify this version of the LCLUP here tonight and to go back to the basic elements that this process was supposed to embody to create a helpful planning tool for Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last raised hand has dropped off. There are no others in the queue.
Okay. We have one more card from the public, and as presidents last week, we will take that card. Robin Murniels.
Thank you, Council. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to speak. I'm not feeling well this evening. That's why I'm sitting back in the corner. But I do want to just bring something up. I've agreed with the majority of the speakers in terms of feeling that this is not ready. It's so complicated. They keep changing, you know, I mean, the CRs change, the numbers change, the definitions are changing, and then there's the point of not understanding what those changes are. So, and like you've heard from a few of the public out here, new people are coming into this just now, and they're like, even though we've been at it for how many years, they're like, so I don't understand. Please explain to me what this is going to mean to me because I live off the beach or I live next to the golf course. Will we still be protected from flooding? So, but I do want to mention one thing in terms of everybody's asking you to sort of stretch this out and give it more time for understanding, not only for yours, but for ours, the public, the people that you represent. That there's a Senate bill that was approved in January of 2024, and it's the California Resources Code Section 30985, and this was effective January the 1st of 2024, And within that, 30985 says a local government lying within the coastal zone shall develop a sea level rise plan. Okay, we know that. All governments shall comply with this section by January 1st of 2034. That's 10 years. Why are we rushing into this and not understanding it? And I apologize, Kristen. I know we're messing up your new job and making you come all the way back up here, but you know, you are a gold in terms of being able to communicate and represent for us what's going on with this. But why are we rushing into this? Every time we get something back from the Coastal Commission, it gets more complicated. It changes. And there we are coming back. It's almost like we're back to square one. Okay, now what do we have to understand? The entire section code 6 has changed. And this one, on or before December 31st of 2024, the California Coastal Commission, in close coordination with Ocean Protection Council and the California Sea Level Rise State and Regional Support Collaborative, shall establish guidelines for the preparation of sea level rise planning required pursuant to subdivision A of section 30985. These guidelines shall recognize and build upon the baseline policies described in the Sea Level Rise Working Group of 2021 work products as published by the California Coastal Commission on December 3rd of 2021. So they're supposed to be coming out with even more detailed guidelines. Is that what this means? Maybe someone can clarify, or maybe they've already done it. But if we don't have that yet, why are we jumping into this pool of complication now when they're supposed to be coming out with something a little bit more clarifying and helpful to the cities to develop a policy like this? Yeah, everybody's saying, yeah, it needs more time, but they're supposed to be helping us a little bit more.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to council for deliberations. I see Christian pulling his mic forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just hoping to address some of the points that I heard from the public and share
Please,
a
thank you.
perspective from the staff side. First, I want to go back to something that Councilmember Beer said before public comment and asking about the relationship with the Coastal Commission and how that has changed and evolved over time. I just want to remark on my involvement since the 2019 timeframe in a really concerted way, working on the LCLUP through the end of my employment with the city earlier this month in 2024. And I would say that the relationship at the outset was not ideal. And we were talking past each other, agency to agency, exchanging letters and not really striving to reach understanding. And I'd say that continued, through 2020 and until the Coastal Commission really put on paper its recommendations with respect to what would be essential for Coastal Act compliance. And since that time, that March 2023 milestone, the trajectory of that relationship has changed immensely. Where there was a significant chasm really between agencies and staffs, I think now there's a closeness that almost, no light can get through. And that's really what we've been working towards in terms of reaching common understanding, compromise, and trying to achieve mutual goals with certification of an update to a 40-plus-year-old coastal plan and all that comes with that. And so it's with that spirit of collaboration and work towards compromise that we've worked hard to try to address a number of these issues that the community's expressed. And so I'll just take them in no particular order, but I think one important theme that we've heard throughout this series of meetings has been concerns from residents in the Fairway Park neighborhood and feeling like the city's leaving them to fend for themselves. I think that's certainly not the goal of the policies that have been developed and that have evolved through the process. And specifically, efforts have been taken to revise those policies through the course of this process and in response to that feedback. CRI 16 related to additional flood protection really gets to the heart of the key hazard issue that affects that neighborhood, which is not coastal erosion, it's flooding. And so there's policy support for flood mitigation projects. Additionally, CRI 40, which gets to specific mention of closing the Clarendon Gap with the Bieber project, which would go a long way in our assessment of addressing that coastal hazard from flooding. And so the city really has taken that feedback and tried to address the concerns to protect that neighborhood. Other commenters suggested stopping negotiations with the Coastal Commission, and each time we talk to them, it gets worse. I think each time we've talked to them, we've reached greater understanding and compromise and efforts to try to reach each other's goals in a constructive way. And when thinking about things getting worse, I think it's our assessment that over time, things will get worse sort of systematically, right? If you start from 1976 and fast forward to today, there was a period of time where the Coastal Commission was much more receptive to shoreline protection. Its own attorneys in litigation would argue that existing development means it's there today, and that interpretation and policy position has changed and become more restrictive and less permissive of armoring over time. And I think there's a case to be made, certainly from the staff's perspective, that getting an LCLUP with this much compromise, even representatives of Surfrider have indicated they haven't seen such an LCLUP put forward where armoring might be allowed and development able to be undertaken in reliance on shoreline protection. And so this really is a compromise approach that's been laid out in these policies. And locking that in a certified LCP would make it much more difficult for the Coastal Commission to continue to ratchet up the restrictiveness on policies applicable in the coastal zone in Pacifica.
Through the mayor, may I ask a question, please?
Yeah. Christian, is it okay?
Of course, yes.
First of all, thank you for being here. What do I call you tonight in an official capacity?
I think Christian works fine. I plan to call myself former city staff here to support the effort.
Former staff member Murdoch. You made a statement that we seem to keep reaching greater understanding. And, we have a luxury that the public doesn't have insofar as after this document came out, we specifically had meetings scheduled whereby we could talk to you and a bevy of staff and gain that deeper understanding, well, staff anyway, and gain that deeper understanding. So coming into this, I feel like I might have some semblance of clarity that is not understood by the vast majority of who commented, almost everyone. You made a statement, keep reaching greater understanding. And when this document came out, and I took my first glance at it before I had that meeting with a handful of staff members so that I could figure out what I'm looking at. Because my first question was, to the statements around, just colors, and it's confusing. I was reading it one way and now I'm trying to read it and I'm not quite sure how to because it looks different. And so the first impact does not feel like greater understanding. So please help me and maybe some of the community. When you say that what just came out looks like reaching greater understanding, please explain that. How is this greater understanding than the last time we were discussing with what looked like kind of a different document?
I think I would start by saying understanding means critically understanding what it will take to get a certified LCP supported by the City Council as well as by the Coastal Commission, the body of the Coastal Commission, not the Coastal Commission staff. But getting the Coastal Commission staff's support to recommend approval to the Coastal Commission is critical. And we need to understand what that will take, just as the Coastal Commission staff needs to understand what it will take to hopefully get the City Council to support a revised document. And so what that means to me is the give and take that's required to allow each agency to approve this document. And so what you're seeing in all of the red line markup and the various colors, right, that might be distracting, at the heart of it, it's a compromise that gives us something that reflects our community's needs with these carve-out areas and the special shoreline resiliency areas, as well as the Coastal Commission's needs to sell this, if you will, to the Coastal Commission, that this is Coastal Act compliant because it's a trade-off, it's narrowly tailored, and it commits the city to doing critical shoreline adaptation planning over a longer time horizon, right? Then right now, the city gets additional time to do that. And so when I talk about getting to shared understanding, that's what these changes reflect, that we are trying to meet each other's needs as an agency so that we can each get to a place of mutual agreement on a very complex subject matter.
Thank you, Christian.
And so to continue on the point about, the claim that we should disengage, I think I articulated that history has proven that the Coastal Commission will get more restrictive, and this is, in a sense, an opportunity to lock in today's degree of restrictiveness to whatever extent you perceive that, and in fact, to get a first of its kind carve-out approach or neighborhood level approach for Pacifica. And I think to the other flip point made by the commenter, I would agree that the city council should engage with the legislators in Sacramento. That is really the essence of the issue, that the law is such that the Coastal Commission has the ability to interpret coastal protection and existing development in a particular way that I think Pacifica has not particularly enjoyed over time. And so to that end, if there is a successful legislative solution, the city can avail itself of that and amend its LCP at that time, right, to align with that more desirable legal framework. But until then, we would have a compromise approach reflective of the existing law as it is today, which I think we have to accept for what it is. And the last point I wanted to touch on was a concern from one commenter that feels like this plan is letting Pacifica fall into the ocean. And I think that's a characterization that I would not make in regards to this plan. But what this plan does is reflect and recognize the very dynamic and often hazardous conditions that exist in our coastal zone, and try to acknowledge that reality and take constructive steps to address it in a reasonable way. In some places, that means supporting ongoing shoreline protection. In other places, it means setting back new development to protect it from the hazards as we understand them. And in other places, to think about how the shoreline might adapt over time, where opportunities are available to do so, to take development out of hazards way in a way that's responsible and protective of life and property. Thank you.
I'd like to say something before we start our process or continue our process. There was a lot of negativity expressed here tonight, and on the break, during the break, I was chided by a member of our community for not ever speaking up in defense of the Coastal Commission, for not ever acknowledging that their staff are not terrorists, as one commenter referred to. And I think I have to acknowledge that is true. I have never stood up and said that. I'd like to state for the record, I don't think the Coastal Commission or its staff are terrorists. I think they're reasonable people who are trying to find a path with us. They have a jurisdictional responsibility. The Coastal Act, as was mentioned several times here tonight, it is true that operationally over the decades, they have been allowed to and have engaged in interpretation of what specific sections of the act mean. At times, that has been reinforced by the legislature. So it's a complex document. We keep saying that. We said that Monday night all night long. It's a complex issue. Everything is complex. What I have experienced over the last few meetings with this project, and perhaps it's, maybe the trigger is the SRAs, now known as SSRAs. But what I've experienced is a level of vitriol from the community that has been pretty shocking. And I think I haven't said anything because I'm so used to it now. I'm used to it everywhere. I'm used to it in society. I'm used to it on Nextdoor, except I don't go on Nextdoor. It's like it's okay to be that way. And it isn't. So I know there's a sense that we're just making it up. that our staff and coastal staff have been working collaboratively. I appreciate Councilmember Beers for bringing that forward at the very beginning of this meeting to discuss that. I appreciate former planning director Murdoch for reiterating that. And I know you don't believe it. Some in the audience don't believe it and don't buy it, but I do, because I've seen it. I've been in the room. I've been on the calls. And you know, I'm attesting to the fact that there is movement. I haven't been doing this work as long as some of you. I haven't been attending meetings about sea level rise adaptation and coastal land use plans and LCPs as long as some of you. And I thank you for the work that you put in to get us to the point when I got involved. But we sort of all have an origin story, I suppose, where this is meaningful for them. And for me, I've said it before, that point was at a very contentious pre-next door, pre-pandemic, when I guess we can all just be rude and horrible to each other, meeting that happened at our community center about our adaptation strategy plan. It was the beginning of the ugliness that has been evident. And I don't know exactly how to stop that other than to speak out. And I appreciate being chided. It's what helps you learn. I just want to establish that, you know, we're trying to work together with people who are trying to do the best job they can. And yeah, it's not perfect. It's not close. We've heard, we get you, we hear you. But it's a starting place. And I think that it's important for me to also state, and I won't go into reading it because I was about to start reading it, that the approach that we are referring to as carve-outs, that we are referring to as SRAs or SSRAs, did not get invented by Pacifica City staff. It did not get invented by Pacifica City staff. This happens to be the first time that it is being applied in an LCLUP update that I am aware of. Things that look like it have happened before, but never with this intentionality on the part of coastal staff working with local staff. So yep, it's rough, extremely rough. I want to let everyone know before they stop listening, because I'm too much soapbox and I'm going to stop in a second, that if you have your calendar handy, I'd love for you to put the date August 8th into your calendar. That is the day that what is called in its working draft form, the neighborhood scale adaptation planning approach, is going to be discussed at the Coastal Commission meeting by the Coastal Commission, all of the commissioners, and the local government working group. When the agenda comes out, there will be a draft document of about 15-ish pages, not 363, that gives a good overview of what that is meant to be. Not, necessarily what it looks like in Pacifica's initial attempts. And I think it's important for people to understand the grounding of where that comes from. And I apologize for not making that clearer to our community. It's not my intention to hide it. It's in development. It's a draft, big picture concept. And there was reference to the change in the public resource code. That resulted from Senate Bill 272. Our last commenter referred to that. And the new guidelines that are resulting from that will be coming out at the same time. We're going to be receiving new sea level rise updated guidelines from the Coastal Commission coming out also in August. It's not the final document that's required. As you heard, the deadline for that is December 31st. But it is, I asked the question when I heard that the updated sea level rise guidance, which is very, and I mentioned this at a previous meeting, I don't know if you remember, but I kind of do, that it is timed with the Ocean Protection Council release of most recent available science. And so it's all on track to be happening, and it's all happening at the same time that our process is happening. So I do think we have the opportunity in our deliberations and discussion to think about timing. But I think what we also have to think about is our tone and our relationship with each other and with our partners. Because if we can't even work together in this room, how the hell do you expect us to be able to work with a giant state agency that is so much bigger and more powerful, frankly, than the city of Pacifica? We have to work together. We've been saying it over and over. This is us. This is what working together looks like. And if it's ugly to you and you hate it, we get it. We will keep working at it. But you've got to help us. Give us a little leeway. Give us a little time and bear with us. Continue bearing with us, please.
You guys both have your light on and I didn't see.
Oh, I don't think I pushed mine, but thank you, Sue. I think what you just said is so important and the crux of us being able to do our work. And I think what people don't understand is that the Coastal Commission has a mandate to help us with sea level rise, right? And that is 272 and our plans that all cities on the coast have to work towards and the guidance that's going to be coming from them that's more specific. I think some of that is in our plan. Maybe it's not all there when we don't know yet exactly right now. But we need to do that work and we need to start thinking about our adaptation. And none of that's really in this document yet either, right? Those are the next steps. To start really brainstorming what our vision is, what different options we have. I mean, I mentioned last Monday meeting with NOAA staff about bringing some education about nature-based solutions. People ask me, well, where can we do those? What do they look like? I'm not a coastal engineer. I don't know. So you can't really have a vision until you have more information. And you know, we're all working to bring more of that to the community. I've been frustrated with the staff report before us now because it is so much new information. I mean, I feel like I've been deeply embedded in all this and just been pulling my hair out trying to understand it and work through it. I think I've worked through chapter 6 enough to at least be able to ask good questions today to be able to get more understanding for myself. But I can't expect the community to understand all that at this point right now. Right. And I really hear the frustration from everybody but one person who spoke that they don't really understand. And it's our job to help build that understanding, to help educate people, to help them understand what we're doing for their particular neighborhood and how it's affected. And I think for me, what we need to do right now is to go through this and understand and ask our questions. And then we're going to need to come back at another time because we have to have those conversations in the community and we have to answer enough questions so that they can ask specific questions, because right now the questions are all like, just don't do it. And that's not helpful, right? It's like, what is it specifically that might be a problem for you that we could try to change I mean, that's the whole point of this. We had the coastal commission's modifications and trying to add some language, change a few words to try to make sure that they work in our community. So anyway, that's where my thoughts are.
Yeah, and I think for me, that's what we're here to do tonight, is to understand so that our community can understand, to talk about it thoroughly so that our community can understand, because it makes me so sad when I hear people say, well, you're just gonna let Pacifica fall into the ocean. Because that's not true. That's not what we're getting at here, right? And so in order for everyone to understand, we need to just get into talking about it. Because I think I finally have a grasp, and that says a lot. And so I think it's a good idea for us to get going and talk about it so that we can clearly describe it to our community and they can understand a little bit better that we're actually here to protect.
Agreed, and the timing is the present moment and
Yeah.
how we process that through to whatever conclusion, be that we get the clarity we need so that we can make sure to verify that we have the clarity later, or we have the clarity we need and we have the clarity we need. The notion of the fear of falling into the ocean, when I think of how narrowly we've prevented too often falling into the ocean, and then I read this document, I think specifically, this is to keep us from falling into the ocean. And I look at the potential urgencies of this moment in time. I want the tools to prevent us from falling into the ocean sooner than later. I want to verify that that's what these tools are. And I also want to verify that the correct balance between the concerns over falling into the ocean and I mean, that notion of falling into the ocean is the balance. And what it takes, which tools do we need to prevent? So anyway, I'm ready to get to work.
Okay, at the end of the last meeting we had on this, I was ready to go forward. Just ready to go on. 6 meetings at that point. I, like Cindy, have been to every single sea level rise meeting there was. I got beat up at many of the meetings, still getting beat up tonight. I said that to someone and they said, well, then you shouldn't be in this job. Well, excuse me, but I didn't come here to get beat up. I came here, and when I ran, what I said was, I want a seawall to protect the people in Pacifica, the homes, the businesses, the people who live here. Not so that it go the direction of managed retreat, which is an awful, dreadful statement that people use, because I wanted to save people. That was my goal. That's my goal now. I've been here for 8 years. Am I going to see the end of this? In my lifetime, maybe, but not in my term on council. It's just, it's not going to happen today. Or, I mean, it's going to take a long time. We've gone through it. We've gone through it. We've gone through it. I agree with the audience that, I thought we finished everything. I thought we went through every little detail and things get changed. The document's not perfect. The document's never going to be perfect. None of us are perfect. We can strive for that. We're not. We're all human. Everyone's human. We try our best. We're all here because we care about Pacifica, not because we want to see everything fall into the ocean. We don't, just like everybody else said. And it's difficult. It's not going to be easy. None of this is easy. This whole week has been dreadful. It's awful. How do you think we try to sleep at night too? And I told someone I live in this building because I feel like I've been here more than I've been in my house. And it's hard for us. And I'm going to stop because I could just keep going. So. Okay,
Okay. Okay, chapter 6. Chapter 6.
okay. Yeah, I think that instead, like, I read everything last time and that was absolutely ridiculous. So I would like staff to explain. And we will start with 6.1. Go right ahead.
And Ms. Cervantes, maybe you can tell for the members of the public what packet page we're starting on for the chart of the modifications.
Yeah.
6.1 starts on packet page 33.
On packet page 245, if you're looking at the full document.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Thank you.
So, Mayor, if I may chime in just to clarify how we want to move through these. So there's, 6.1, there's the green that is the recommendations, the draft alternative modification. Do you want just a quick staff explanation of that? Some of these in part, council has already gone through. But we want to make sure if there's any final changes to it, we're being clear about that. But what would be the most efficient way to proceed?
Well, I would like to go to bed sometime tonight.
Yeah.
So I know that if we go over every single little detail, it's not gonna happen.
I think we need to go over all the ones that have red for sure, right? That those are things that are different. But then if we have a question about another one, maybe we can just say, like, I have no questions about 6.1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So as Mr. Woodhouse mentioned, the council did look at modification 6.1 all the way to 6.5 on May 23rd. So if everybody's comfortable, I can skip to the first red line.
Okay.
Yes, and I wanted to come back to 6.2A, I guess it is,
You don't want to
for
start.
further discussion, but our process right now is to go through the reds.
No, I would say if you have something on 6.2A and that's the first one, let's do it in order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the crux of this, if I understand it, is where we are looking at the Coastal Act policy in relationship now to the terminology in our document SSM.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what I want to think about, and I don't have a specific question exactly, but I want to understand, maybe this is part of the understanding piece, why the statements that we've had, and I believe them, about the right to protect private property doesn't correlate to this, or their assertions are that it doesn't correlate. There are differences. And what's important in terms of the enveloping of all of this is where these properties are sited. Yes? So our vulnerabilities, that's the factor that plays in here. And I just want to make that statement really and ask that you help us where we see those divergences, or we'll tell you, this is a hot button. This is a place where people have concerns. And I'm just going to put it there for this particular policy, so that I can come back to it and you can help us and legal can help us with addressing those things. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I understood what you said.
I want to make sure we are very clear about the, okay, let's put it this way. Why do we need an SSM? Why can't we just live with what's in the Coastal Act the way it is? Why must it be modified? It's a broad question. I get you. I know. but
Go for it. No, this is the
I
time.
think it's important to establish the framework or the arena that we're working in here.
Sure. So a number of factors need to be considered with respect to development in the coastal zone. Development, as we understand, is regulated by the Coastal Act, requires a coastal development permit, and approval of a coastal development permit requires Coastal Act consistency and consistency with a certified local coastal program where one exists. There are also other more fundamental rights. The Assistant City Attorney Bizzano can more speak to from a more qualified position in terms of the constitutional rights to protect property that were referenced and how those relate to the statutory limitations of certain rights in the coastal zone through the Coastal Act. What the substantial structural modification definition is trying to do is recognize there's something between a vacant site and existing development that may remain on a site in perpetuity, right? So initially, when that development is approved, has a coastal development permit, it's understood to be a certain thing, right? A one-story home, a five-story apartment building, whatever that may be. As we know, development evolves over time. People expand, shrink, change, build up, build down, whatever the case may be to change development. And there's a point at which that development becomes something other than the development that was initially approved. And if that is new development under the Coastal Act, it needs to meet certain requirements, right? No shoreline protection, et cetera. And so what this definition is trying to do is calibrate where that tipping point is, where you've had enjoyment of the development that was approved, consistent with the policies and requirements at that time. And now it's become something so different than what was originally approved that really we're going to consider it being something like new development and needing to qualify and comply with different policies, right? The policies of today as opposed to the policies of 10, 20, 30 years ago. And so that's really the heart of what the substantial structural modification definition is striving to do. Admittedly, this is something beyond the Coastal Act, right? It's trying to interpret, to implement, to give some definition to a rather amorphous concept of evolving development after the initial approval. And there are perhaps other ways to do it. This is the approach that the Coastal Commission staff endorses and believes the Coastal Commission can find consistent with the Coastal Act. Some of the fundamental elements of this definition come from the residential planning guidance and the sea level rise planning guidance about 50% thresholds, for instance. That's a pretty grounded approach in land use law, right? The 50% threshold that comes up in all sorts of different scenarios in the building code and other nonconformity type zoning provisions, et cetera. Again, could there be other parameters? Sure. But this is what the Coastal Commission staff supports, what the Coastal Commission has historically endorsed as a Coastal Act consistent approach. And we've worked very hard to try to shape that particular definition and specific exceptions that would trigger the definition to meet our community's needs, taking community and council feedback, things like accessibility upgrades, seismic upgrades, solar panels, electrical rewiring, trying to clarify that those types of routine projects would not trigger the substantial structural modification definition, and doing all we reasonably can in our negotiations with the Coastal Commission to meet our community's needs, but recognizing the reality of achieving Coastal Act consistency through this process with the Coastal Commission. I hope that begins to answer the question to some extent.
To dovetail off of that, did I just hear you say that that 50% threshold has a grounding in conventional planning wisdom outside of where it is currently pertinent to our conversation in coastal zone? If you were to go outside of coastal zone, that is grounded in conventional planning wisdom, generally speaking, of course.
Yes, I mean, and if you step back further, it's sort of the foundation of much of our government, right? With majority rule, right? 50%, the majority of your structure has been modified. Is it more new than it's old, right? So it's sort of that more than half majority based approach that I think informs this construct for the SSM definition.
Thank you.
And it's true in the building code, like you start to remodel your house more than 50%, you have to do structural upgrades for earthquakes, you have to do fire upgrades, you have to put in fire sprinklers. Like the codes from when you permitted something years ago have evolved every code cycle, every 3 years. And so the idea is you're putting enough money and doing enough work to it that it's time to bring it up to code. And I think it's that the Coastal Commission is looking at it the same way. And can I just confirm, because I think there's still some confusion, that the substantial structural modifications apply to every property in the coastal zone, right? It's not just in coastal hazard areas. This is not like a penalty for those. It's everywhere where they need to be brought into compliance.
That's right. I
if
think
they're
the
doing
issue is that
50%.
the consequence might be more impactful
Yes.
if you're in a coastal
Absolutely.
vulnerability zone, for example, because
Right.
other policies that need to then be complied with apply in the coastal vulnerability
Right.
zone to address hazards, for example. But
Right.
yes, this is a concept that's not limited simply to the coastal vulnerability zone.
And it's in someone's interest, right? If something's hazardous and you can pull it back so it's not so hazardous and not being destroyed and wrecked all the time, then it's better for you, right? You're putting in a lot of money when you're
Right.
doing this much.
And I think, I know we've heard it, but I'm just going to say it again. The debate or the discussion or the concern or the pain point in our community on this issue is, but it's not in harm's way. It might be, depending on how you interpret the science, depending on a timeline, but right now it's not.
Depends on your technical reports and what
Mhm.
they tell you.
Right. And so that's, we've said it before, and it really, so much of these evaluations and determinations rely on technical reports, maps, and assessments of vulnerabilities.
And that's where, I mean, the technical reports are expensive and I hear people complaining about that, but that will tell you what you specifically need for your site, right? Which the whole document can't tell you. It's just broad. There's
Mhm.
flooding in this area, right? But what's it doing in my site? Oh, I happen to be up a hill a little bit more. Oh, flooding's not such an issue, right? So the technical reports can actually help you.
Right. And so I just wanted to establish that because we talk about it all the time as if everybody understands it the same, and I want to make sure everybody understands it the same. Thank you.
And I think this particular policy, and we read through it the last time, this is about exemptions, right? So if there is a disaster or something, you don't have to do, it doesn't count as an SSM, right?
We
So-
can rebuild.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right, back to page
34.
257.
Are we moving to 6.5A?
Yep.
Yeah.
Packet page 35?
Yes.
Wait, sorry, I have a little question on 34. I think this was something I raised the last time and I thought about it a little bit more. So this is on 6.3, which is packet page 34 or packet page 252 in the main book. So this is again, this is our modification, not the Coastal Commission's modification. However, because the coastal vulnerability zone map shows significant erosion for areas that are protected by existing shoreline protection structures, the maps highlight the protection provided by the structures. And I objected to that before because the maps don't actually tell you how much protection you're getting. It just tells you that there's something there, right? So I've simplified my suggestion from before. So I'd like to suggest the maps highlight the existence of potential protection provided by the structures. Let me read that again. The maps highlight the existence of potential protection provided by the structures. So just adding 3 words, existence of potential protection. Existence of potential.
Thoughts about that?
Fine. I'm going to defer to legal on it, fine or not.
Yeah, I was going to ask staff what they think about that.
Councilmember Bowles, could you read that one more time? The existence of potential.
So right now it says the maps highlight the protection provided by the structures. And instead I was going to add 3 words to say the maps highlight the existence of potential protection provided by the structures.
Well, but so the term potential is what I'm stumbling on. That seems to conflict with the fact that it is there.
It's there, but it's not necessarily providing protection if it's falling apart.
Well,
We're not, anyway,
and
it's implying that that the structures provide protection and they might not always. That's my point.
I feel like things change, but the point of the policy is that there is currently protection in place and we are accounting for it at that level as it's supposed.
I
Yeah.
agree.
And we've just torn down bluff facing armoring that wasn't doing anything and that was causing harm to the beach below. It's not a big deal to me. I think it's misleading. So I can let it go if you guys
Okay,
don't want to.
I'm marking it.
so before we move on, I want to see if we can get a consensus from the council. Are there 3 council members that support this proposed amendment?
I do not.
Yeah, I don't think the potential word is, I don't think it should go there.
And the Coastal Commission has reviewed all these things, so, do we know for sure that they don't have an objection to this?
So in our discussions with them on this point, they had proposed to delete this statement entirely. We argued that this was important to the council to reflect the importance of protection provided by the shoreline protection structures. And so we just made the statement more objective, whereas previously it was saying the need to basically maintain and keep the shoreline protection, which was giving the Coastal Commission staff pause. So we tried to make it as objective as possible to eliminate that concern.
I just see a lot of protection failing on the north end of town.
I definitely hear you that we are in the midst of a very big, long work in progress for which this informs decades, let alone days and weeks. So I think that specifically it's there to account for what is, understanding that change is the only constant.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not gonna make a stink about this one, so.
But it is good for us to leave it
the way it is.
Yes, so it sounds like there's not support for the change from a majority of the council, so we'll leave it as is and move on to the next one.
Okay, starting at 6.5A. So taken together with 6.5 and 6.5B, really what this policy does is it eliminated some of the original language that the city had proposed, and it creates the new policy that's shown in 6.5B. The intent of the policy is the same, but the new text that you see in 6.5B really refines it. It calls out specifically Appendix B, the maps, the coastal vulnerability maps that need to be updated.
So I had a really hard time understanding the very last part of this. So just to be clear, so they could be mapped outside of the zone, of the vulnerability zone, but then they can still be in the vulnerability zone. That doesn't make sense to me.
Understood. I think what this revision is trying to address is imagine the city drags its feet in the future through 1 or 2 cycles of 5-year updates to the sea level rise projections, for example, and imagine that those projections showed increasing levels of sea level rise and coastal erosion and flooding and so forth. This policy would not allow the city to undercut the coastal vulnerability zone concept by failing to act for whatever reason, staff, budget, policy reasons, et cetera. So imagine a project gets to the Coastal Commission on appeal, they would be able to use the best available science to say, well, in fact, failure to update these maps has not revealed that this area actually is within a vulnerability zone or subject to a hazard, I should say. And thus we will treat it as though it was in the zone and the map update had been performed. So that's the intent behind this.
And the opposite could be true. Like maybe they were in a vulnerability zone and then they're not.
I think that statement was deleted.
Right. I think it's hard to clearly state that the opposite is true. In this instance, we did strive to make that revision with the Coastal Commission staff, and I think they had concerns about disagreements among experts and sort of too many loopholes and inconsistency in the application of the policies.
In other words, they didn't want to give on this point when you were working on it with them.
Yeah.
So,
But I still feel like it's true. Depending on best available science.
It is. I think
Okay.
if you were to play devil's advocate, right, and perhaps Councilmember Bowles could attest to this in her career, right? To some extent, you can hire an expert to say whatever you want, right? And I think they're concerned that there will be the go-to coastal engineer that for the right price will conclude that your property is not subject to a coastal hazard. I'm not sure that's the best argument to undercut what seems like a very reasonable approach. But I think that's one of the concerns that the Coastal Commission staff had, to sort of put it in blunt terms.
And so I'm coming at it like, okay, so if we're able to close the Clarendon gap, right? We reduce the flooding in Fairway, the maps change, the vulnerability zones change. And so that's where I see this headed.
Right. So I think, Councilmember Beer, you're hitting on exactly the approach I would suggest, which is this just shifts much more emphasis to the mapping process up front.
Yeah.
And so whereas we may historically have been relying on just sort of broad city level data to inform the regular map updates and sort of felt like that was good enough because it is a reasonable approach. This puts the onus on the city or property owners at that stage to perhaps submit their expert evidence that can go through the public process to say, oh, our broad modeling based on the state's data is inaccurate in this location because we've done further technical study. There's a vetting process and there's less incentive sort of, oh, now I have a project, I'm going to hire the go-to expert to carve me out. So I think there's still a reasonable way for the city council to respond to your concern. It'll just be pushed up front to the mapping process rather than a project level determination where maybe the incentives are a little stacked towards bad behavior potentially.
one question I have on it is, and what attaches to the last bit of the phrase, then such application shall be reviewed as though such development was located in the coastal vulnerability zone. It wasn't, but it's going to be viewed like it was. What does that mean for that person, that development, that project, that it wouldn't have meant before?
I would say that if you were in a period, within a reasonable period before new best available science is there, I think it doesn't mean much. And the city has a sort of a way to rebut attempts to expand the coastal vulnerability zone. But let's say again, for whatever reason, a future city council chooses not to update the coastal vulnerability zone maps to reflect the 2029 Ocean Protection Council Sea Level Rise guidance or whatever other new best available science there is. This is a safeguard to ensure that the intent of this policy to identify hazardous areas is still effective. And so I think the reality is that the city will be a good actor. It will regularly update the maps, and this last text that you're pointing to is not likely to have much of an impact.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important that we update our maps constantly.
Yes, I
especially
think it's a
especially
great
for
place to,
folks in Fairway.
a great place for the city to be, that within a short period of time after the next update comes out, the map updates are going through the Coastal Commission process, and there's a record to show the city is using the best available science, so no one's trying to attack it at a project level, for example.
Okay.
Is something that's occurred to me as I've been processing through this document and kind of, at least for myself, coming to various conclusions about certain themes that run through it. And I keep reflecting between the document we have and what we would be asked to submit if we were to submit at this time. My appreciation for the 44-year-old document that we're currently working under, I feel doesn't hold us to, at least as I understand it right now, any particular standards whereby we need to update aside from the various amendments that we're constantly asking for. Whereas this document says, okay, you have a new document and it's alive and we want you to keep refreshing it. And so to your point,
Yeah.
there's something in here that says, this is based on the science you currently have, and we want you to keep updating that. Because, and I, we haven't gotten there yet, but I like the very small blurb that essentially says, go ahead and close the Clarendon Gap.
Yeah.
At
me
which
too.
point that science changes, I would think, to the benefit of that neighborhood,
Right.
given what we're discussing. And I like that what's built in here is, okay, you did a thing, and at some point it's expected within a 5-year period, hopefully sooner than that once we've made a change like that. But if we didn't because we were busy with quarry and housing element and whatever, there's a trigger by which it's expected on this timeline, it's going to update itself and we don't drag our heels where in some instances it could be interpreted that such a thing has come to pass.
I think my concern still remains, and I'm willing to move on, but I'm making another mark, about the impact to the applicant by going ahead and being treated as if they were in that zone, right? Are there certain stipulations and requirements, therefore, through the planning approval process that would attach to their project that wouldn't have before if these words didn't say, but we're going to treat them like they are in there? Because that's what I'm reading, right?
Well, I think you're reading it correctly.
Okay, good.
Which is to say that,
Got
as we talked about earlier, and I think the council recognizes, you're not doing anybody a favor by pretending like they're not in a hazardous location, right? You're not protecting life, you're not protecting property, you're not allowing them to make a fully informed decision about significant financial investments. So to think that it's a benefit to an owner who actually is in a hazardous location to be treated as though they're not, I think from my professional opinion, it's not doing them a service, it's doing them a disservice. And so to the extent that the city doesn't undertake a regular map update, but then through some appeal mechanism, the best available science shows they're in a hazardous location, that's a safeguard from my perspective that at least provides that factual science-based disclosure of the hazards that may affect that property so that the development can be considered and designed appropriately to mitigate and minimize those hazards, or to avoid them if there's an opportunity to do that.
And I'll just follow up again and say, I also think it's our obligation when people are not in the vulnerability zone to make sure that everything states that they're not in the vulnerability zone.
And that's where I think, and that's why I kept pushing on the tsunami maps, because that's putting a lot more people in the vulnerability zones that were there before.
Yep.
And we really need that map updated as soon as we can.
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
All right. Made my point. Oops.
So moving on to modification 6.6A. So this text, and it is cut off, so I'm gonna go to the next page. The text that you see here was deleted as an additional suggested modification. And so essentially this policy used to be called Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan. And really what's occurred is that the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan text has been incorporated into CRI 5. And this policy has been turned into almost like the guiding principles for development in the coastal areas and development in the coastal vulnerability zones. And so the city had previously had this kind of list of what we expected development to have to meet in our coastal vulnerability zones. This policy, this text does align with other policies in this chapter, and it's really been turned into almost like the guidelines that development will avoid and where avoidance is not possible, minimize risk. The language has been turned into almost like the guiding principles for development in the coastal vulnerability zone. So the intent of it is still very similar to previous text that the council had seen.
So, and the previous text that the council had seen is still here for us to review and double check that for ourselves, right?
Yeah, so it is in the red line document. You can see where the crossed out text is.
Yep.
And you can read it. It's a little bit more clear where you can read like to avoid and where unavoidable, to minimize. It's very clear there.
CRI.
So moving on to modification 6.7A. This was additional text that was added to confirm compliance with the Coastal Act.
6.7A.
6.7A, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still on 6.6.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Christine.
Was that
What
okay?
did you have on?
Sorry,
6.6?
sorry, on CRI 2 in the middle of the page, or several CRI 2s.
I know, because they have a letter A, B,
Yeah.
C.
So the third one down that's numbered, bullet point B, and this is where it's kind of hard to read it out of context, but to avoid and where unavoidable, to minimize and commensurately mitigate to the maximum extent feasible.
Yep,
I don't know what that means.
neither. Because I wrote right here, what?
Councilmember Bowles, what packet page are you on, please?
So I'm on packet page 36 in the table, which is page
258.
258 in the book. And actually, there's a word missing in the book that is on this page. So yeah, I found a few inconsistencies that way. But yeah, commensurately is actually missing in the book. So maybe I'd feel better without the word commensurately, because I don't know what that means.
Right, and I would like to have an understanding, if you can recall, what coastal staff specific comment was on why that change, or why the insertion of that word. I know.
For lack of a technical term, I would call it coastal commissionees. They tend to add these flourishes, if you will, in my opinion, to language that might otherwise be more understandable if written more plainly. But what I think this means to them is commensurately, meaning right, related to and appropriate for. So they perhaps feel like commensurately adds some qualification or, I guess, descriptiveness to the mitigations that are commensurate or related to or appropriate for the hazard in that sentence.
Okay, so this is a word that is an equivocator. So minimize and mitigate by sticking an equivocator in between what they're saying is, I don't know if it's what they mean to say, but what they're saying is you can minimize and mitigate something, but the extent to which you're mitigating might be different than the extent to which you're minimizing, or vice versa. And ergo, the suggestion here is that the minimization and mitigation are more or less on par. Now, that being said, I would love an example to illustrate it.
Right?
But
Or
to
that
step back-
they match the hazard. So whatever the hazard is, the way that you minimize and mitigate should match what the hazard is.
Commensurately.
But just to take a step back,
Yep.
is the spreadsheet here the primary document that they reviewed and not the book? So this is the correct version versus this?
The summary table is the correct version.
Okay.
So when you look at the glossary, and this was one of the areas that somebody asked about, the highlighted areas, the yellow highlighted areas. When we look at mitigate, as you were saying just now, it's crossed out. And I have an idea about why that's so, but I want to ask you to tell us why that yellow part is all crossed out and there's not a different definition.
Yeah, so I do have a few slides for that, but we can discuss that now. So the comment regarding the mitigation and mitigation measures in the glossary was crossed out because the definitions that we have there that were incorporated from the general plan really speak to CEQA. They're CEQA mitigation measures. And in the document itself, we don't talk about CEQA in that term. So it really didn't make sense to have definitions for mitigation measures that were for CEQA purposes.
And it came from the general plan, this language.
Yes, those two definitions came from the general plan.
So how come coastal doesn't want its own definition of mitigate?
I am unsure that that was not a suggested text change.
My thinking on why it is gone from here is that there, and you see it in a couple of places where mitigate is crossed out and adaptation, or mitigation is crossed out and adaptation is added in. And I'm wondered if it has to do with the plans. The CARP and the SPM.
Yes, the shoreline
SFP.
adaptation program that used to be the shoreline mitigation program.
Those. Do you think, was it related to that at all or no? You don't know.
I can see the connection.
Hard to say. I think that's one theory. I will say the bigger point in discussions with Coastal Commission staff is I think there's concern that historically there's been too much focus on mitigation and not enough on avoidance and minimization of hazards. And so they don't want the default to be, oh, hazard equals mitigation. They want you to exhaust the ability to avoid it or then to minimize the exposure and then only as a last resort to mitigate. So I think if you were to think of adaptation instead of mitigation as furthering that intent, it's maybe less nefarious sounding than subtly inserting another sort of forced adaptation or managed retreat policy. I would not interpret it in that way in my judgment. I think it's reflective of the approach to avoid, minimize, and only as a last resort commensurately mitigate the hazard.
Makes sense.
So Madam Mayor, I just wanted to add along the lines that former Director Murdoch, Planning Director Murdoch mentioned. In our discussions with Coastal Commission staff, I mean, I think their primary intent was to make this language consistent with the Coastal Act as much as possible and to balance some of the different provisions of the Coastal Act in a way that made sense. And so some of these, the terms that they're adding, the fine tuning is to reach that goal, to make that effort and see a document that's as consistent as with the Coastal Act as possible. So that's probably why there is these one-off terms that are added so that they can feel that it is something that they can support when they present it to their Coastal Commission.
Right. And indeed, avoiding hazards is the priority and the preference expressed in the Coastal Act. And then only these other steps taken if there's no way to do that.
And so just to add, as we go through these, if the council feels strongly about wordsmithing individual words like removing commensurately, you can do that and we'll note that. and what we will end up running the risk of if coastal feels strongly about those words and their intent to be consistent with the Coastal Act is that we're not going to achieve an adopt as submitted, certify as submitted document, and they'll have to open that up and discuss those.
Right, just perhaps to just restate what's been said previously, an adopted submitted approach is the strongest position in which the city's LCP can be presented to the Coastal Commission. In effect, it shows that we are in lockstep with the Coastal Commission staff. And I think our assessment is it minimizes the potential to some important extent that the Coastal Commission is likely to then begin tinkering or second guessing that approach. And very often, if not in most cases, when an adopted submitted LCP amendment is taken, there's generally no further revisions. And I think we experienced that ourselves recently with the short-term rental cap LCP amendment.
So with that said, however, you are recommending that we, in 3 instances, do in fact defer or divert, deviate, think of some D word, deviate from what, and it's your belief that even though we're deviating on those 3 points, they'll still be able to, have the wherewithal to make a recommendation to approve as
Yeah.
submitted?
Yes, I think the comments that were made to us were not changes that were needed for Coastal Act compliance. I think the changes were made because of policies that the Coastal Act wants to see, or for reasons that they think that certain things should be in our implementation plan versus in our LCP. And so we think that we can get them to an understanding of we need these certain revisions in these policies and that definition because we have discussed it. City Council has taken public comment, has discussed these issues, and this is what City Council has directed us to do. So we really think that we can reach an understanding to have those 3 specific items be submitted as staff is proposing.
And to be forthright, it's very much in the Coastal Commission staff's interest in this instance, right, as this being on the forefront of a new approach to come in a very strong position with the city.
Mm-hmm.
So where we have very good reasons in those few instances to deviate, it'll be up to the Coastal Commission staff if they want to give up the strength of that approach for this adopt as submitted posture to get those very few revisions. That will be up to them to decide if the council supports the staff's recommendation.
But I mean, while we're being forthright, let's acknowledge the fact that their procedures are such that once we decide, after much communication and submit, they've already said it will be a 2 to 3 month minimum period. And I am imagining a staff report is being written, terms are being defined, and questions answered, explanations made. That ultimately, let's go with, and we recommend that you approve as submitted. There will still be a process. I want to make that really clear. It's not like, oh, it's on consent and we're just going ahead and taking this whole brand new language that no one's ever heard before and approving it. I know there will be a process, right? And so I think it's important, and I think that's healthy. That's engaging not only, each individual community like us that needs to work on these documents, but it's engaging the wider public in this entire process. So to your point, I understand what you're saying and I appreciate that. And I want to try to keep that in mind as much as possible. The issue about ability to recommend that it be approved as submitted. And I need for now to set that over here so that we have the ability to really hash this out and understand it the best we can. And if we, ultimately find we really need to change it after, you know, looking it over and hearing from the community, et cetera, then we'll have to cross that bridge. I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying we don't. I appreciate the comment.
And I don't think there's anything stopping, I mean, if we make some changes, that staff couldn't go back to coastal commission staff. It's like, well, the council is really pushing for this. Do you think that's acceptable, right? That we could have another dialogue before just submitting what we think we want.
Right.
I mean, I would want to hear if they had an objection.
For sure. Okay. so-
That iterative process depends on if or when the council wants to adopt the resolution to submit, because we can't do that iterative process if tonight the council gets to the point of adopting, adopt this resolution to submit, we don't have an iterative process with the coastal commission staff.
Right. Or whenever, right?
Thank you.
Okay, I still have a 6.6 question a little further down. I'm okay with the word commensurate. I don't think we need to strike it for that reason.
I am too. I've read over and over and it makes more sense every time I read it.
Yeah.
Because if you use the word commensurate like you did when you were talking about pay, you know, you get more pay if you have more experience.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
And I just want to say this, based on a comment that was made today by Surfrider, in a meeting I was in with the local government working group, and it's been made here before publicly. I think part of the concern around the idea of carve-outs and SSRAs, and frankly, underpinning all that armoring, is that mitigations, even though we're not using that word, adaptations, whatever we do in our coastal plan, can't just, and I'm quoting exactly, but it's been stated like this. Yeah, and it can't just be a trail.
Right. Or a
Right?
bench.
Right, or a bench. It can't, you've heard it.
Yeah.
It can't just be a trail or a bench. And so when I read that word commensurate, it made me think, oh, they're making a point that it needs to be a real thing, right? And I think that we're going to see this again and again. And we
That's
may,
definitely further in the document too.
and what I would like, if we could, is at those points, take a good hard look at the language, because words matter. And I don't want a word here or there to end up obligating us to something bigger than we think it is, but their point of view is different. Those words need to bring that conversation forward so that we, in the plan, of course.
Yeah.
But that's where I think it's important, because it did catch, it
Yeah.
caught all of us.
Yeah, and that's why I keep going. I mean, I find a hard time just looking at the tables because you
understand.
have to read in context,
Mhm.
you know, the other points that aren't in here that tie into what's here, help explain what's here.
Right,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, sorry, the very bottom of this one, so it's the last item E. So just to back up again, this whole section is about development in coastal vulnerability zones, right? So new construction, substantial structural modifications in hazardous areas, which include the SRAs. Those are hazardous areas, correct? So I read item E down here, to assure stability and structural integrity without reliance on shoreline protection devices. That seems to not to be conflicting.
Mm-hmm. And the part that was crossed out for the anticipated life of the development, but
But that's in the top. So
That's
that
up
basically
above.
applies to
Right.
all those policies.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I heard the question related to that statement.
So this policy is about development. So new development and substantial structural modifications in coastal vulnerability zones. And those coastal vulnerability zones include our proposed SRAs. So this item is saying to assure stability and structural integrity without reliance on shoreline protection devices. So that's one of the points that they want to make sure new development complies with,
or any development.
or any development applies.
And it's basically, I mean, the pre-phrase is Development located in coastal vulnerability zones may only be approved if such development measured over its full anticipated life is sited, designed, and conditioned to do these 4 things.
Right.
A, B, C, D. Oh, E, 5 things. Wait, in a minute, there'll be 6. No, just kidding. Um, and so that's one of the phrases. But this is language that was in our original document.
I think we never caught it before. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's just the way I'm reading it, but it seems to conflict.
So if the concern is that it's contradictory, there's other policy language, which we will get to, that talks about specifically development in the SRA, the SSRA now, being able to rely on it. So there's more particular language addressing the SSRA.
But in other places, there's always a but. This doesn't apply in the SRAs.
And it doesn't say that here,
And it
you're
doesn't
saying.
say that here.
So you want to add not
Well, if we're
applicable in
approving the SRAs, I think
SRAs.
that's needs to be in here, right? Because otherwise it's a conflict. And
Mhm.
whenever you have a conflict, that's a legal challenge. So
Correct.
I don't want any legal challenges.
Right. I agree.
Why don't you jump
And so when it's referenced back to the SSRAs, are we supposed to put the language except in SSRAs or except commensurate with CR 123, or whatever?
Yes, thank you for calling that out. I think that last bullet point does need except in the SSRAs. So we will, add that as an alternative modification.
Okay.
Good job.
Well done. And confirming majority of the council will support that.
Yeah,
I think so.
yes. Hey, moving on.
7.
Sorry, 6.7. And I know this isn't a change, but everything else they've put a deadline to, that, right, that we have to do things by a certain time. So have they said anything about when we need to start a shoreline, monitoring shoreline change?
Where do you say, so can you point, because I see 5 years, every 5 years or sooner.
Well,
But,
up higher.
On CRI 3?
Talking about the biannual
whoops, I jumped
shoreline
ahead onto
survey.
CRI 4.
Biannual.
And then a second comment is that it references the city's adaptation plan, and I'm guessing that that needs to be changed to shoreline adaptation program.
Biannual minimum following winter and summer. Oh, I remember when we talked about this.
Mhm.
So are you saying you think the biannual?
No, I don't have a problem with that. It just doesn't say when we're starting, like all the other, like, could we wait 10 years? I mean, I'm just hoping we start the shoreline monitoring program soon.
Well, that's a good point.
Hating the
My,
word assumption.
I would suggest, and Ms. Cervantes chime in, but if it's not a specific component of the shoreline adaptation program, which is a different thing, but this is a requirement, it would be something that starts upon certification of the LCLUP by the Coastal Commission. So that would be our first year.
Right, and again, where there may be an outer deadline, there's nothing to prevent the city from doing something
was about to
sooner
say,
if
can
it's
we
able
just
to
start
prioritize
tomorrow?
and resource that work. So
Really?
but I agree with the city manager's interpretation that it would be from certification and effective date of the policy in the absence of any other provided timeline.
Okay. And then should it say shoreline adaptation program instead of city's adaptation plan?
Yes, we believe it would be shoreline adaptation program.
I would just let the council know, though, as we're going through these deliberations, I don't think we need to identify those minor points where there's, I mean, we can talk about them, but in terms of making the modification to the resolution, if the council decides to proceed tonight with adopting the resolution, we wouldn't need to identify specifically those little minor typos or labeling or identification errors. Those would be non-substantive and would be cleaned up by staff.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to track that for purposes of when the if and when the resolution is considered by the council.
I want to circle back to that at that time. So
Yeah, I was
have
gonna say, but
discussion.
cleaned up as we would like it to be cleaned up, right?
I think it's helpful to understand if this is a part of that program that we're discussing substantially few policies down the road, or if this is apart from that program. And so just that simple bit of understanding would help.
Yes, so if you want to jump ahead to the next policy, there's a specific reference to CRI 3. So the CRI 3 is part of a package of implementation actions that need to occur to implement other policies.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? So the monitoring shoreline change is a requirement of the
Package of implementation actions. CRI 3, 4, 5, something like that.
8,
Yeah,
9, 11,
so CRI 4 has essentially list most of these policies, the implementation actions, and it says the city will implement policies, uses what we learn from these policies to inform our programs.
Okay, well, maybe when we get, or we're on CRI 4, maybe we can read through all that. So this is all new, right? The CRI 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. New one. Are we reading things out loud for the public?
I think we should.
Go for it, Stephanie. Or Christian.
Oh, I can read it.
We
I
can take
read it.
turns.
It's fine.
Like Bible study.
All right, so I can read the modification 6.7A. So that states, the city shall assess implementation of the LCP's coastal resiliency provisions at least every 5 years, where such assessment shall be at minimum at the minimum consider the following: the efficacy of such provisions at protecting and enhancing the city's beach and shoreline area resources, critical infrastructure, and other built and natural environment features, update sea level rise projections and risk, the potential need to revise coastal resiliency measures and or to implement new measures, including review of emergency engineering, science, and technologies, funding needs and potential funding sources, the results of the city's shoreline monitoring program, CRI-3, shoreline adaptation program, CRI-5, adaptation funding efforts, CRI-6, consideration of an LCP transfer development rights program, CRI-7, critical transportation infrastructure efforts, CRI-8, hazard-prone infrastructure efforts, CRI-10, high water mark efforts, CRI-11, flood ordinance and LHMP consistency efforts, CRI-11 and CRI-15, additional flood protection efforts, CRI-16, groundwater monitoring efforts, CRI-17, and trans-coordination efforts, CRI-18. The city shall use such assessment efforts to form the basis for LCP updates and changes to better address coastal hazards in a way that can protect and enhance bluff, shoreline, offshore, and sandy recreational areas for the public. And enjoyment while ensuring all development, including private structures and public infrastructure, are safe from coastal hazards as much as possible, both now and in the future.
All of which is to say it's a required feedback loop, right? For periodically revisiting the various key coastal resiliency policies. So it's a lot of words to say, keep looking at it, make sure it's working. If it's not, adjust it. If you don't need it anymore, perhaps remove it, because there are many unknowns over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years of coastal resiliency and shoreline related issues.
So when this, so this says, oh, I'm sorry. No, I was going back to the beginning where it would talk to the left column where it talked about the adaptation plan. So reassess implementation of the provisions. Okay, so that's not a particular document we're reviewing and updating. It's kind of general. Okay.
I'm wondering about the reference to coastal resiliency measures. Was that in our previous document? And or is it defined in our glossary?
In relation to the first sentence at the top of that policy? Or-
Well, I guess technically it's in a bullet. Third bullet. Because are those measures contained within the plan? Is that the idea? Do you see it, what I'm seeing?
I see it. I'm trying to understand the specific meaning of this relative to your question.
Yeah, it's not in that glossary.
Right. I mean, I would generally understand that term to mean any of the actions taken, right? Whether it's shoreline protection, whether it's sand replenishment, whether it's offshore sand retention structures, et cetera, those various measures to aid with coastal resiliency and evaluating their efficacy, and whether emerging science, engineering, and technologies might change the menu of options, identify options that are more effective, less impactful, so forth. I think it's meant to be a general term rather than a specific defined term, but we can consider definition if that's needed.
So the next one is like really long. So I don't think we need to make Stephanie read the whole thing, but I would like to understand how this came about. This section.
Yes, thank you. So the council may recall, previous agenda packages included the shoreline mitigation program. And it was a short paragraph that essentially said, the city is gonna plan for the future, take sea level rise, adaptation measures, and they're gonna do it within 3 years. So some of the council members of the public expressed that that was very vague. And so we went to coastal staff, we said, we need a little bit more information of what that entails. What does that program look like? And this is really the outcome of that. There was back and forth with coastal staff to ensure that what you see today, the city staff is comfortable. We believe we can meet these requirements within 10 years of certification of this document. And this is also very similar to the requirements that the city needs to meet anyways for sea level rise planning. So this is really going to inform that document.
I just want to say I'm really excited about this because I think this is the work that, I mean, it's a huge amount of work, but it's the work of visioning our future that I want to get into. Yeah.
And I'm going to come back to that trope probably a handful of times, that this articulates the work that we should be doing.
Mhm. Right.
And that point was made today. No, pardon me, Monday. On a different call I was on with Surfrider, giving feedback about the notions included in the neighborhood approach. And the issue at hand was, in some way, the implication that we're just going to start natural adaptations now when there's nothing stopping anybody from doing it all the way along, right? And that point was brought forward, so yeah.
To the point of the chiding that you referenced earlier, it strikes me that while, and I know there's going to be a lot of eye rolls from those who are looking at the SRA policies, SSRA policies as they are and saying, well, they don't go nearly far enough. And what about my neighborhood? But a lot of work has gone into not just trying to protect the neighborhoods, but ultimately trying to find a way to protect any neighborhood. What this says essentially is, with that in mind, with that orientation that largely the city has had, regardless of this policy and whether or not community can agree on it, with that orientation in mind, we are also orientating ourselves in such a fashion that we are trying to do our due diligence around the entire coastline. And maybe they can ease up on the constant banging of, these are the mitigations that we want you to put in place, if we take the long view and do the work of trying to find the ways while protecting our citizens. What I hope is, and again, feel free to roll the eyes, is that where maybe an SRA in one area is not available to us today, by virtue of doing the amount of work that is articulated, it will help us to better protect tomorrow.
I'm not gonna roll my eyes at that. I won't roll my eyes at that.
You are kind.
I do have one question. So the second paragraph, it says the program shall be consistent with and help to support and implement the Coastal Access and Resilience Program developed for CRI 44. And then, more detail, but the Coastal Access and Resilience Program is just for the SRAs. Is that correct?
So that program is not just for the SRAs, but it is a requirement of the SSRAs, excuse me.
I thought those were the mitigations for the SRAs, and if not,
So-
I'm totally confused.
No,
It's a citywide plan that is required for us to adopt and submit to them. And then that's one of the two check items to then make the SSRAs go into effect.
And it's related to the SSRAs, but it's not geographically limited to the extent of the SSRAs. So those activities, those public access enhancements and so forth can occur anywhere in Pacifica.
Yeah.
But it's
For-
happening
Yeah.
because of the SSRA.
right.
That's what I don't understand. So the CRI 44 is only required because of the SSRAs.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I just want to put a pin in it. If the SRAs go away, then that sentence goes away. Because that's not noted in terms of the policies that are connected to the SRAs.
I want to make sure I'm reading the same thing you are, and I'm not finding that exact language you just said. At the
Yeah.
very beginning.
Yeah, so if you're looking at,
Page 38.
Maybe it's because I'm on packet page 37.
In the middle,
and
CRI
right,
5.
right
third
here,
column.
yeah.
I'm spelling CRI
The last
4.
whole paragraph before it goes to A.
Got it.
Yeah, it wasn't really clear that CRI 44 was the mitigations for the SRAs because it's not labeled as such. So that was something I wanted to clear up.
Well, let's just see what it's labeled
We're not
as.
there yet. Right?
On packet page 4.
Okay, any other comments on that one?
No,
Wait,
they're
wait,
still
wait.
looking it up. Yeah.
It's
it?
labeled as CRI 44 is labeled as siting and design.
That's the old policy. I think
Oh,
it got
whoops.
changed numbers. I was so confused.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. New numbers.
The new CRI 44 is called Coastal Access and Resilience Program, but I don't think it says anything about the SRAs.
Right. I mean, I think from my perspective, it's not necessary at the outset, even though it's measured or discussed below it in subparagraph C, special shoreline resilience areas. Because we know that this is a requirement today, but this is a package together. And so unless we were to begin pulling out specific sections that we know are related to other sections, it stands alone without a particular sort of hook, if you will, to the other policy. They're both needed to function right in the way that the document's been designed and structured currently.
Currently, great.
Are you satisfied?
I think so. If I still understand right, I mean, I just want to understand what, again, we haven't deliberated. If the SRAs go away, then that sentence goes away and then maybe item C goes away, right? But
I think that that's one logical consequence. I think there's nothing limiting the city from doing a coastal access and resilience program without the SSRAs, but that's a big commitment.
why would we spend that money if we didn't want
Correct.
to, right?
So we're doing it because we have to. The city could do it because it wants to, but that's a judgment, and the city manager, I'm sure, will have something to say about committing to doing the CARP without getting all of the corresponding benefits of the
Right.
SSRA. And as we've often said, there's still nothing to prevent the city from undertaking good projects in the coastal zone as part of the CIP, for example, without obligating itself to the CARP, without being required to do so.
And just as, because it's in my mind every time we talk about implementing a new program in our underfunded city, it kind of freaks me out. And the funding that's available as specified in Senate Bill 272 is the basic pot, that and funding through OPC to underwrite the cost of doing these things.
Yeah.
That's the grant funding that is available to us when we have a certified LCP. And we don't really have access to it without one.
Mhm,
Just making the point.
mhm.
And I think to maybe frame this SSRA discussion a little bit differently to offer an alternative perspective, I think it's reasonable to expect that the Beach Boulevard seawall in its current form and potentially in the Bieber form and the Rockaway Beach revetment and seawall components such as they are, in any circumstance will be there for a significant period of time. And so really what we're talking about is getting a bunch of coastal zone enhancements that everybody will benefit from a condition that's already going to be there to some extent. And so it seems in that sense a net positive for the community that we get these SSRA policies. The condition that was going to be there already will remain there, and the city's improving the coastal zone for residents and visitors right in furtherance of the SSRAs. So there's a perspective where
Call that a net. I mean, honestly, I
Right.
think that there's a lot of folks who understand and are very clear about the need for the seawall. That has been stated thoroughly. But what we haven't articulated, except in very giant general terms that are not pinned down in time, is the adaptations and the coastal resilience and access opportunities that will be spelled out in these plans. And I think that's what everyone's been asking for on the coastal side. That's what they're looking for as a balancing component of the.
Yeah. Well, even, I mean,
LCP.
even just looking at the seawall itself, you talk about commensurate mitigations. I mean, that's why we're having to do all those improvements to Beach Boulevard and the park and so forth to offset the seawall and the damage it causes to the coast otherwise, right? So, I mean, we're already doing some of those things as part of our projects.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So, were you satisfied, Christine, that?
Yeah, I think
That reference is adequate?
there's a lot in here though, and I'm also, just to make another, I mean, I love that we're talking about triggers again in here, right? And
About what?
about triggers and about understanding that adaptation happens not at a set time, but in response to the changing coastline and the changing hazards. And so, I mean, some of that, I mean, it was all cut out before, right? Because we didn't properly define those, but those are going to be in this adaptation plan. And I think that's really important.
All right, moving to modification number 6.8A. So this,
Packet page 43.
thank you.
All right, can you just, this really goes on several pages. Can we just look at our notes again for just a minute? Maybe I can lay down. So just another point I want to make on the top of packet page 40, that is item B. It also talks about evaluating phased adaptation approaches for special shoreline resiliency areas. So to me, that where I was hearing before that, we're building the seawall and this is a line that we're keeping forever. That's not what this says here, that at some point that line needs to be evaluated. And I think that's good because the hazards are going to change and get worse over time. I mean, it may not be till 50 years or later, but
Remind me where, you're at the top of page 40.
the top of page 40.
Okay, what exact, I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. What
It's
is the phrase?
B, it says evaluate phased adaptation approaches for the special shoreline resilience areas.
Doesn't necessarily have to be more. What are the latest science says it's less. So you think it's going faster, I think it's going slower. But it's the monitoring that will determine what happens.
Yeah, but it also said it may not always be the preferred adaptation approach. So anyway, just pointing out, I don't need to change any of the text. I did want to ask on sandy beach areas on D. So it identifies specific beaches that we and their recreational opportunities. Can you tell me why Esplanade is not on that list? And I know it says including but not limited to, but it's an important beach for the community because it's the only, well, it's the only one on the north end that you can get down to, but it's also the only one that's an off-leash dog beach. So it's really very well used.
I feel like the ones they specifically, actually, I'm gonna stop. Never mind.
Yes, I think these are the priority beaches that were identified. But the text does say including but not limited. So it is intended to be all the beaches citywide.
And I think my recollection is the Coastal Commission staff suggested these as priority examples because they already have significant wide sandy beaches, whereas many parts of the Esplanade area often do not, depending on the tide. And so that's why, like, for example, south of the pier is referenced because that's where the wide sandy beach is currently. And it's a priority to keep that in that condition.
Okay.
And that is going to be tying into a study that OPC is doing right now, evaluating all the beaches in California and the sort of health, life expectancy conditions of, and all of that. So I think that is related to that.
Right. And I think what's emerged over time with the Coastal Commission staff is, I think, a recognition that even without shoreline protection along a particular segment of beach under certain sea level rise scenarios, and given the, I guess, bathymetry or what have you of the ocean floor in some locations, that certain sandy beaches today will not be sandy beaches in the future with or without shoreline protection. And so are there other ways to provide coastal access in those locations? Is it better to put a focus now on areas that will persist, right, so that they are preserved and enhanced, and not put resources into areas that will be underwater? And so I think that study that was referenced will further that with some additional scientific information.
All right, so modification 6.8A, it's some minor revisions to the city's policy related to transfer of development rights. And really what the modifications do, it clarifies that this is a priority for the city to implement this ordinance that's existing and have possible sites within the coastal vulnerability zone transfer their development rights to sites outside of the coastal vulnerability zone.
This is gonna sound wonky as get out, but Christian, one of the reasons I'm most disappointed you have left the city when you did was you have not yet had the opportunity to crack the TDR nut.
Oh, yeah.
As strange as it sounds, that was the thing I was looking forward to you finally cracking the code on.
Hey, Stephanie. Okay.
Development, right? Like, I just want to say good luck.
Mike.
Right.
I know
Oh.
the question I have here is, how do you do,
Right.
Right.
how do you do that?
And who in the coastal zone wants to transfer their development out of the coastal zone into some place that has nothing to do with the coast? I mean,
Well, if you're in a hazard area and you can't build anyway, then being able to build something and have,
well, look what happened on the house on Esplanade. They tried to move. I mean, they tried to basically do a transfer of development rights. And they worked at it for a year and they couldn't do it.
well, they didn't find anybody willing to sell. That's why you need a program if you're gonna have a
Well,
way to do it.
but
right?
you can't make someone sell it to you.
No.
So I don't know if we're recommending any change
No.
from what's written, but I do have the pertinent question and, my pet 43.
43.
Okay.
My not former director aside, there is this question over TDR and what ours currently is versus what would seem a more helpful approach. And in the past, I've also had conversations with state staff who have interest in thinking outside the box to make it happen. But my bottom line in looking at this policy is simply, okay, we're to explore ways in which the transfer of development rights ordinance could be applied. Like, are they asking that, hoping that we can crack the code? Is it just a matter of this is a thing we must always be keeping our eye open to trying to solve? To what extent is there a strength of onus upon us to solve this riddle that really does seem, where we're currently standing, unlikely to happen tomorrow?
Sure, I would offer a different verb, which is improve as the starting point. Solve, I think, is ambitious. Transfers of development rights are challenging. Fortunately, there is some expertise in the planning community emerging, particularly as climate change becomes more acute and wildfire danger, has sort of expanded the geographic extent of where TDRs make sense, whereas maybe in the past it's been thought of more narrowly, perhaps along the coastline or in flood areas. So thinking is emerging. The need to update laws is a component of that. But from the standpoint of improving where we are today in Pacifica, one example of our current ordinance that in my mind falls short is the timing component. Our current ordinance requires the sending site and the receiving site to be known and coordinated at the same time, which I think is a real practical challenge. When I've got a coastal bluff site that's endangered, but I need to go find somebody who is ready to develop at the same time and come through the city's process successfully. There's just a fundamental mismatch there that I think some work could help to improve, whether that's banking or some other mechanism where someone can get out of Dodge now with their hazardous property and have an opportunity to realize that economic use at sort of an asynchronous point in time in the future. That's one simple example of how the current ordinance could be improved. And there are certainly others. And there are, again, a growing number of resources and expertise to leverage when the city gets to that that process.
That you were even able to give me one example of, how we might be able to start satisfying this makes me feel a whole lot better about what I initially read. Thank you.
Sure, and it just since I'm on a roll with examples, another is potentially incentivizing with multipliers. Currently, it's a one-for-one trade, but in a particularly hazardous area, the city could incentivize with a 2 or 3 times multipliers so that one unit becomes 3, right? And that economic value is much greater to the purchaser of that development, right? So there are a number of ways the city could improve its ordinance with a thoughtful process.
I think it was 2019 when I first had something resembling this conversation with you. So I know your brain's been percolating on it for half a decade. And anyway, thank you.
And I have 2 examples. Wow, right.
Right. Well,
It's challenging though, and it really needs to be a broad-based,
but it's a testament to the
process.
fact that you have been thinking about it this long and, just an excuse for me to say thank you is what it boils down to. And thank you for sharing that, then our staff can roll with it.
And that example makes way more sense to me,
Yeah,
way more sense than a one-on-one.
then one person.
Yeah,
moving to a different
yeah.
place, right? Yeah.
Are you
Right.
taking notes, Denise? You got all that?
I think we've already satisfied the requirement. We've explored the ways in which the city's CDR.
We have.
No, but when we do it for real, that's what I.
But I was just, I mean, like, well, the quarry is a little tricky because you can't do housing without a boat, but if you could, I mean, so that could be a higher density site, that could be a receiving site, right? If we got to that point,
Definitely.
not a quarry, but.
So does the council have any, is the council okay with that
Yes.
provision?
Yeah.
We move on to
Yeah,
the
it's
next
fine.
one.
Since we're gonna move on, can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since it's 10 o'clock.
At the mayor's pleasure.
I know we never come back when we say, good thing Emily's not here to tell us. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we need a stand-up day. Like a stand-up desk. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I didn't say.
I brought like that. And I was
Yes. I never heard you say that.
Have you been to karaoke? Dude.
Really?
I mean, I'm not horrible at like fake. You know, I'm not gonna give myself the self-compliment, generally speaking. There are some things I could sing.
Did you have fun last night?
I don't have fun.
I don't know what fun is.
Had a lot more since I've become a couple.
Yeah.
Significantly more fun. Just having a woman.
Yeah.
Significantly more fun. And when we took that trip last May, never had that much fun in my life.
Oh, that's.
And I articulated this.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
Where did you go? Oh. We're calling the meeting back. It's.
Where's the gavel, Mayor?
Do you know that all of you guys, I said this before, all of you guys are bees, except me. Beckmeyer, Beer, Bowl, Big Stick, and then.
The bee ran to the beach.
So it's okay.
He's a little round thing, you need to do it right.
Yeah.
You want me to call to order?
Gavel, Mayor.
It's time to come back to work. Y'all.
Y'all.
That's all I feel. Get back here.
Musical
chairs.
No way.
You still have a chair tonight.
It's because my chair was in the way.
No way. Yeah.
She had.
Okay. It is as usual, 10:12, and the meeting is called back to order. And where are we?
Could I just, I just had a conversations with a couple of community members. I mean, I think we've all read this long policy that we just went through. I don't even remember what the number of it is. There's so much here. And what I'm hearing is that the community is actually relying on us to kind of explain what it is. And we're not, really doing that. You know, we've asked a few specific questions, but
I think explaining is great and important, but reading line for line might not. be
right, no, I
necessary.
agree.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's get
Yeah.
to
Well,
explaining.
if that's,
Headings?
if that's the feedback,
Let's do it.
retrospectively, is there something so far you feel like we should be explaining? Let's start there.
Well, maybe just to have, I mean, I guess we asked, you know, how this came about, but,
Yeah.
and what the intention is. I mean, maybe staff can just back up for that. What's the intention of this policy, all this work? How much work is this really for the city? You know, yeah.
I'll take a start at that if you want to explain. You're talking about the Shoreline Adaptation Plan, CRI 5, begins on packet page 38. This is really the long and very involved and detailed work to analyze conditions, develop a new adaptation plan. What are the strategies? The good thing about all the detail in here is that Coastal Commission has basically outlined the scope of work that the city staff, in order to trigger the SRAs going into effect, we would, you know, identify funding, apply for grants, put out an RFP for consultant assistance to design robust public engagement, and go through all of the aspects of creatively looking at how is Pacifica for decades to come going to plan for adaptation and coastal resiliency. So that's the high level summary of it. There's a lot of detail in the scope here. I wouldn't suggest we take the time right now in our limited time to go through all that. But it is a very robust study. All the cities up and down the coast in California are going to have to do this or some version of this in the future anyways. So that's what the Shoreline Adaptation Plan is all about. Program, I should say.
And just to clarify, you mentioned SRAs, but this regardless of the SRAs, this is work that's required to do in our local coastal plan, right? This adaptation planning. Even if we didn't have the SRAs, we would still be doing this work. This is the integral part of sea level rise planning for future changes.
So we could, but it maybe wouldn't be a requirement in the local coastal plan.
Oh, is that what you're understanding, that this isn't required if we're not doing the SRAs?
Well, it's not required in our current local coastal plan.
Right. I think some version of this will be a consequence of SB 272 that we've talked
Yes,
about.
we do.
We're getting a jump on that if this is carried forward now, and gets us the added benefit of SSRAs if certified by the Coastal Commission. So it's a net positive, sort of as that term's been used before, where we're getting something for doing what we already have to do, just doing it sooner effectively.
And I mean, I think people were saying 10 years, and somebody made a comment that we were going to get something done in a year, but the year was to start something, right? Where it wasn't to have a plan ready. This is
Right. It's all we have to do to invoke the effectiveness of the SSRAs is to begin this process. And that means scoping it out, putting it out for consultant contract, or just designing it, identifying funding, planning for grants, and we've begun the process, kicking it off,
Wait.
what have you, and that could be a pretty quick process.
I thought I read that we have to submit a plan.
No, it's just beginning the process.
I think that gets clarified a little further down, so we can keep going.
Okay, let's keep going.
About where that.
And then you
exactly
can
what
go
we're
right
saying.
here. This is the part. Okay.
So anyway, I really encourage people to really read these pages because there is a lot here, but I think it's really what we need, to move us forward.
It's the meat.
And Mayor, if I could, and the city manager may have some additional commentary, just status of where we're at there, depending how you want to count, about 30 more red lined items in chapter 6, not including several additional that are proposed for deletion that don't really have remaining substantive text. So there's a consideration for time potentially, and then thinking about how the council may work through the other chapters that are other than chapter 6. So I think chapter 6 objectively has a lot of the critical content, and we should try to move through it efficiently but effectively. And we would propose potentially for chapters 1 through 5 to just take those as exception, right? If there are any specific questions, but perhaps not to work through them diligently, right? In hopes of getting to some sort of outcome tonight if we're able to do that.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to let you know I'm getting a little fatigued. And I don't think I'm alone in that.
You're not.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jump the gun here or make a, a decision for everybody or deliberate too much before deliberation, whatever. But do we want to set a time for tonight's meeting to conclude?
I agree. We need to be fully mentally alert because these are very complicated things that we're talking about. It's complex. Mhm. I'm okay going for another hour and a half or so, but I don't see us finishing tonight.
Well, our normal stopping point is 11 o'clock. That rule applies. And like usual, and I'll be happy not to make the motion this evening as I did twice Monday night, we can see what feels right when we approach that hour is my suggestion.
Okay.
I'll stop drinking coffee at this point, to that point.
Okay, moving on.
So I think we will do our part to tee these up efficiently, and where there's a need, we can spend more time, and where maybe not, we can move forward in the interest of time if that works for you, Mayor.
Yeah, and maybe just like a few sentences, like, why is this important?
Yes, thank you. So for modification 6.10A, this is really just a reference correction and the last portion of that policy. Modification 6.11 that you see there, that policy was deleted. There is similar language elsewhere in this chapter that we'll discuss. For modification 6.12A, as I mentioned in the presentation at the beginning, the Coastal Commission suggested that we eliminate all the sub-area policies and condense them. This is one of those policies that was condensed, so all the language that was in those sub-area policies is included here. And we specifically added language, you'll see on that first bullet point, that refers to the golf course to address some of the issues that we had discussed earlier related to the golf course and to that, the Fairway neighborhood. Same.
I'm going to stop you right there and read that bullet point specifically because when I came to it, I stopped, I highlighted it. It was helpful for me. And that bullet point said, well, additional flood protection measures, the city shall evaluate the need for additional flood protection measures, which may include Clarendon Road and or West Fairway Park Stormwater Basin Pump Station and or interior Sharp Park Golf Course levee to help protect homes and businesses. I think that as I've been going along this process, especially vis-a-vis the comments coming in from the community, I've been thinking in terms of an adversarial or at least point of contention when it comes to all things levee and golf course. And that this is what was brought back for this meeting was explicitly that the interior Sharp Park Golf Course levee is helping to protect homes and businesses. And that's apparently what coastal staff in collaboration recommended should be included. Just wanted to highlight that.
And I just want to say, I've seen plans that were done by San Francisco that I think include these levees because they're not defined anywhere here, right? And one was at Fairway Park. So, and it included moving the pump station that is vulnerable, that's by the berm now, moving that closer to Fairway Park. So building a berm there so that the golf course flooding doesn't go into the neighborhood. right? And then there was also a berm that separated Clarendon from the golf course because that flooding of the seawater going in is also affecting the golf course, which is not good, but and vice versa, right? So stopping that transfer of water back and forth and putting another pump station in there, which
Sensitive
is
habitat
also
areas
something
that
that we're
are
talking
riddled
about.
throughout the
Yeah.
golf course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah,
I'm always aware when the phrasing says which may include. It doesn't mean it won't,
right.
doesn't mean it shall.
Right.
It may,
It's an idea. This is
Right.
possible.
so let's be clear on what the language says. And I celebrate that it's in there.
Yeah, and thank you, Christine, for bringing up the plan, because I think the more we talk about all the different strategies that are out there to protect that neighborhood, the better off
Well,
everyone.
and
will be.
that's where, I mean, building the partnerships. I mean, there was a question, how has San Francisco been engaged in this? And I'm not sure we've been talking to them recently officially, right? And we need to.
We do.
Because these are issues that will affect both of us and together we can solve them. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So for modification 6.12B and 12C, very similar. These are policies that were in the sub areas that have been condensed and placed at the beginning portion of this chapter as well.
I just had a question when I read this the first time as to whether we had been doing this at all in our, we don't have that part of our staff here tonight, but is this part of something we do anyway? Evaluating the need for dewatering wells?
I'm not aware of any public works activities that have done that to date.
It was a new terminology to me as well, but I just thought maybe I missed it.
It was actually, yeah, I actually flagged that too, because, and what does it mean in practice? I don't even know. I think because I was comparing the old version, and before this was in a sub policy for Sharp Park in particular,
Oh, not Lindemar?
right?
In any case,
Well,
I think
lowest portions of coastal neighborhoods, I'm like,
Yeah.
Lindemar.
it's just reflecting the need to address, I think, saltwater intrusion into groundwater as a consequence of sea level rise. So it's a nice to have, maybe not a must have in all cases here.
So my observation of the Coastal Commission is that it's a thing with them. And I've done my independent research and talked to the Water District and talked to the chair of the Coastal Commission, and my assessment is it's a thing with them, even though it doesn't seem to particularly pertain to us.
Yeah, I mean, I know other communities down the coast.
Oh,
rely
yeah.
on wells, right? But I don't.
What was it, Santa Cruz County or Monterey County, where their water district is dealing with a major cluster because of how much they've pumped out of their aquifer, and so there's total saltwater intrusion and it's
Right.
threatening their water supply. Yeah, I
Pescadero's really struggling.
Right.
Yeah.
think it was
Okay.
Santa Cruz County.
Move on.
Modification 6.13A, this is just a cleanup since the sub areas don't include any policies. So it's a cleanup of the title as well as a cleanup of that first chapter. As well as the 6.13 in the middle of that page. This is just another cleanup language to reflect the changes.
Just talking about the red one.
So modification 6.4, this is a cleanup deletion of
14, you mean?
Yes, thank you. 6.14 and 15, this is the cleanup because the policies have been moved to the end of the chapter.
But actually, if you look at the next page, which is the continuation of that policy, part of that text isn't crossed out at the top of the page.
Okay. Off of page 47.
Oh, in the table. Yes. Yes, that is an error that whole paragraph is supposed to be deleted.
Thank you.
Alright, so for modification 6.17A, this is the policy that was transferred to the beginning of the chapter.
Done. 48. Delete. Okay.
That is the same for modification 6.22. This is the policy that was deleted from the sub-area policies and moved to the top of the chapter. Modification 6.23. This is a policy that was removed from the sub-area portion and taken to the end of the chapter, and we'll discuss it. And then the same thing for a number of these modifications. Again, they're sub-area policies that were removed and replaced in other portions of the chapter. In an interest of time, I'm gonna move.
There's a lot of those, right?
Yeah, 53.
So basically all the policies got taken out that were
Yes, I think it's
Fairmont
best
or
if
Sharp
we,
Park or whatever. And
if we move to modification 6.41, and I will give you that page number in 1 second.
Packet page 53 for the table. And packet page 276 for the full document.
Yes, thank you. So modification to 6.41. This is the technical reports policy, and the change has really been to update the language to reflect the 2024 OPC data.
Yes, Anne. I made a note on this one. Because, oh, I see what you're saying about the update, but sorry, I can't read my own note. I'll come back to it. Oh, I know. It specifically calls out intermediate high, and intermediate high is called for with regard to certain infrastructure projects that have a very long life. And the way this reads, it looks like it applies to all development. Am I misreading that?
So the intent is for this stated projection to apply to all development. The intent was also to identify the new title of the projection that corresponds most closely to the former medium high. So we can double check to make sure we've got the closest correlation. We had believed it was intermediate high, but if it's not, we'll change it to whatever the correspondent is to medium high. In the old
Yeah,
projection.
I want to follow up on that, please, because this is new, brand new. And I want to make sure that what we're putting into our documents is understandable.
and I asked a question of staff ahead of time, what intermediate high meant, right? And how it compared to the sea level rise numbers that we have in here now. So, and again, it's site specific, so this hasn't been worked out exactly for Pacifica, but to 2100, which would be a 75-year design life, which is the minimum for residential rates, and commercial 75 to 100 is what's required. That's approximately 4.9 feet of sea level rise to 2100, where the current maps assume 5.7 feet by 2100. So it's a difference, but it's still a lot of sea level rise.
Yeah, it is. It is. And this is part of that thing about evaluating the best available science as it continues to roll out.
Right.
Because the projections, you know, as Mary said, it could go the other way. We need to be continually updating this and evaluating that and not sort of fix this at a point in our LCOUP and go, well, that's what it says in the document, so that's what we have to do. And make sure we keep tying it to the science.
Right, and the theme throughout in various policies is 5-year increments for the most part, which is the interval of these updates at the present time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving along to modification 6.43. So this is text. It looks like a lot of new text, but really it's clarification of what the safety factors are for bluff top development and development that's in danger of some coastal hazards as well.
And I think we skipped 6.42, but it's essentially talking about the SSRAs and saying within those, you can consider shoreline protection in the course of reviewing development.
Thank you. I think my eyes are failing me at this hour.
But effectively, that's the same except in type of language, I think, that we're going to move up at the earlier policy we talked about that Councilmember Bowles had noted.
But so I have a couple of questions on this detailed language. Let's find where I am. So, okay, where it talks about bluff top or shoreline development, and maybe I'll just read it. So bluff top and or shoreline development to be set back a sufficient distance from the bluff top edge or highest predicted water line, accounting for wave run up, highest astronomical tide, storm surge, and other relevant factors, not less than 25 feet or as determined by site-specific conditions. So that's an or, right? So this doesn't say you have to be at least 25 feet from the bluff edge. It's not and or, it's or. So that there is no minimum setback from the bluff edge. That was one question.
I believe the intent was to have the 25 feet be the minimum buffer or as determined by a site-specific conditions analysis that would determine a greater buffer.
Does that make sense to you all in terms of wording? I'm going to look at Sue because you're the wordsmither.
Pondering it. I took it to mean each individual case could be different
That's what I took it to mean too. Like,
and not this one size fits all.
well, not one size fits all, but is it 25 or more, or could it be less? I don't think it's really clear that it couldn't be less.
Yes, we can clarify the language to say not less than 25 feet or as determined by a site-specific condition.
Well, that's what it says. Or more as determined by site-specific conditions.
I see. So what you're saying is, don't get too stuck on 25 feet because it might be not the right number.
Well, and also
It
you
might be
can't-
more.
And also just making sure that you can't build 22 feet, right? That 25 is a hard minimum.
It says at least, but if you need it further articulated, if staff doesn't have a problem with it, I don't. But it says at least.
Or as determined.
And I think a suggestion would be, you could say in at least 25 feet or greater
Or more.
or more,
Uh-huh.
as determined by site-specific conditions.
Yeah, I would like that.
Okay.
To avoid coastal hazard risks to the maximum degree possible while ensuring stability and structural integrity in light of potential erosion and other coastal hazards, where such minimum required setback shall be the distance necessary for all structural development, including any decks, fences, patios, arbors, and other ancillary development, and generally not including native landscaping, minor grading for landscape restoration purposes, and other similar non-structural development. So I want to dig into that a little bit. So, just thinking about the Esplanade Armoring project that just went through here. So right now, I mean, that design showed the fences right at the bluff edge, so that wouldn't be allowed. And some patios that were within 25 feet, so that wouldn't be allowed. I mean, I think that's a good thing. That was my concern, that all that's gonna be falling in the ocean and we shouldn't be paying money and actually even having a contractor having to stand on the edge to build that fence. I mean, it's not safe. So I want to point that out. But also hearing all the comments from the golf people, there's some exceptions here, not including native landscaping, minor grading for landscaping restoration purposes, and other similar non-structural development. So this is an exception in bluff areas. So why can't that exception apply at the golf course or other areas that aren't bluffs? Because I think that would make all the golf people happier. And San Francisco too.
I agree. I agree, because, you know, when Richard got up and started talking about, well, what about a tree, and what if we have to move sand, and those are all real concerns, and we want to make sure to address those, so I think that does that.
But this policy is specifically for bluff top.
No, that's what I
Yeah.
mean, but
But-
yes,
but that
how can
language Can be reused. If they were okay with that language here, they might be okay with it in other parts.
Christian, are you reading that the same way?
I have to admit, I was looking at the sea level rise projections and sort of missed the formative part of this question. I apologize.
So I can respond to that. So this specific policy does say bluff top or shoreline development. The golf course is a shoreline abutting site. So this is a policy that can apply. Additionally, there's other policies in chapter 6 that will allow for minor development in shoreline areas. That includes minor things that can be removed or things that would not require coastal development permits. So there are ways that work on the golf course is exempt from these policies. It's exempt from coastal development permit. That regular maintenance, it's currently exempt from coastal development permits. So I would continue to do so unless the city changes its implementation plan. And then just furthermore, I did want to highlight, because we are talking about the golf course, the clubhouse itself, it's outside of coastal vulnerability zones. So all those policies that apply to coastal vulnerability zones do not apply to the clubhouse unless in the future that zone expands inland.
And that's true of tsunami risk too?
I would need to double check.
'Cause I think it goes all over. I couldn't tell where the building was on the tsunami.
So it's outside, what, I don't think I heard you. Can you say that again? The clubhouse is,
The clubhouse itself is outside of the coastal vulnerability zones.
oh, okay, that's good.
It is in the tsunami evacuation area, most likely given my read of the map. But again, the efforts that we're expecting to undertake with the map updates are very likely to reduce the footprint of that. And so
Evacuation or inundation?
Inundation.
the tsunami evacuation area is the map we have in here now, which is the maximum extent you would expect. The tsunami inundation zone variation, we expect to have a smaller area of inundation. And so the potential exists for that to be outside of the tsunami area.
It might be kind of us to actually create like maybe a little list to give to the golf course. So like, there's like bullet points, like these are the things that are in here, like it's hard to find. See what I mean?
Staff, are you able to accommodate that and help us in that endeavor?
The list of what I didn't catch that from Councilmember Beer.
The various policies, we were just jumping around, and planning director, acting interim director Cervantes was saying that there's another policy that pertains to the golf course in terms of regular maintenance. So that we can have a call out list so we can zero right into where those are. Now, and the risk of being a big pain in the butt, I want to come back to this inundation versus evacuation and the maps. And 475 years and 941 years or whatever it was, 900, whatever. It, I understand what you're saying. It may not be included once those maps are redone, but it's kind of a gamble, you know? And so I'm wanting to understand what's our position or how can we provide some security around this since we don't have the map. And as far as I know, we haven't identified what epoch we're trying to map to. Is it 475 years? Is it 900 and something years?
Yeah, so I'll just clarify the policies that we've discussed about the technical reporting and the siting and design. Those apply to coastal vulnerability zones. They do not apply to the tsunami evacuation zones or the tsunami inundation zone. The only policy that refers to coastal vulnerability zones or tsunami inundation zones is the new CRI 21 coastal hazards risk disclosures. So even if the clubhouse were to come in, require a CDP, the technical reporting, the siting and design that's triggered because you're in a coastal vulnerability zone would not be required. They could be required that coastal hazards risk disclosure.
Wait a minute.
I think you need to say that again.
21? Nope, I got that wrong.
And again, just full disclosure, that is if they are in a tsunami inundation zone.
I'm sorry, I think I zoned out for just a minute. Could you say that again? That was very important. I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so just to clarify, there's policies in Chapter 6 that pertain to development in coastal vulnerability zones. Those are the policies related to the technical reports that are needed to determine the hazards, how to site and design them. That's the CRI 19 and CRI 20. Those are the critical ones that will dictate design in these areas. Those policies are not applicable to the clubhouse because the clubhouse is outside of the coastal vulnerability zone. If the clubhouse is within the tsunami inundation zone, CRI 21, which is the coastal hazards risk disclosure, would apply to any coastal development permit there. And again, that's an if.
And we don't have that map, so we don't know, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, that I'm so uncomfortable with.
Me too.
So, but we know it's outside the coastal vulnerability zone out the gate, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said we know the clubhouse is outside of the coastal vulnerabilities or the hazard vulnerability zone.
Yes.
Okay, so the part we don't know is whether or not there's a risk disclosure that's necessitated because of whether or not it's in the inundation zone. So this is the part where I ask you, what's the difference, if any, between a deed restriction and a coastal hazard risk disclosure?
Yep, and
So-
also, can you point us to the packet page that you were just saying? Because I'm looking at CRI 21 and it says beach nourishment. So I'm clearly on the wrong page.
So while we're seeking the pages, I'll offer a couple other perspectives on this. So the first is it's publicly owned property. In the event of this disclosure, right, this property is not likely to transact to some other private party, for example, if we're talking about the golf course. Additionally, whether by some measure, with sea level rise projections or other change conditions in the future, this ends up in a coastal vulnerability zone at the clubhouse or in a tsunami inundation zone. The hazard then needs to be assessed, avoided if possible. It can't be avoided most likely because the building can't readily move. It's a historic resource. Can the hazard be minimized or commensurately mitigated then? So that could be a number of other solutions, right? Could be that interior levee that stops the likely tsunami and, oh, by the way, provides flood protection for Fairway West. So it's not as though
And protect
full
that.
stop, nothing can happen at the clubhouse. There's analysis that would be required and should be required if it's in a hazardous location, right, as we talked about earlier. So the heightened importance of the resource as the building as a historic resource all informs, I think, the approach taken to address the hazard in that very unique circumstance.
What was the first part of that you said? I heard totally the second part, which was much longer.
The very beginning of the
Yeah.
explanation.
What was the first thing you said?
Yep.
We cannot control whether or not this, well, I think the very first chart was the hazard disclosure, right? This property is not likely to transact to a private party, for example, where the concerns from a lot of the community has been impacts to property value, for example. This is a publicly owned piece of land. The property value is not particularly important sort of in the traditional context, right? So that aspect of the hazard disclosure that a lot of the community's been concerned about, I'm not sure what difference it makes for a piece of publicly owned property such as the golf course.
And I think my concern was about the maps and my head goes to West Ferry Park. And so the
Right.
change in those maps, I think is really important for us to understand who's in and out of the tsunami inundation zones. And that's where my discomfort lies.
Right. I think functionally, there's not an opportunity tonight, obviously, to have the map. I think with the city manager's direction and guidance on this, the staff is taking early steps to get the maps updated so that that will catch up. You know, whether it's in or out, we can't control, right? It's the facts, it's the best available science. I think taking steps to try to update the science and the maps is helpful. But if it's in or out, really is just a matter of science and facts, unfortunately, at this point.
So what it may be is just someone may want to delay their project until the maps are out. I mean, it doesn't affect you until you're doing a substantial structural modification.
Right. Or undertaking new development.
And in the case of the clubhouse specifically, the question is, it's not in the vulnerability area, and therefore, while there needs to be a disclosure, because it may very well be in the inundation zone, there's nothing to stop them from upgrading as they need to. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think that's right. And so under a worst case scenario, they would then have to analyze the hazard and attempt to avoid or to minimize or commensurately mitigate, as we talked about earlier, all of which will have likely a variety of options that will allow the golf course operation and the clubhouse to continue in some fashion. It just may require some additional interventions to mitigate or minimize the hazard.
Okay, what does that mean, additional interventions? I want to know if they're able to fix themselves.
Berm, drain, pump, deflection wall, like those sorts of interventions or mitigations, if you will.
So we're noticing there's a hazard, you're fine to upgrade, but we need you to make these additional upgrades to make sure that you're safe while upgrading.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And something I never understood. I don't.
Oh, well, I think, I'm rolling it back further now. The thing that I understand is that this whole additional hazard vulnerability zone came about in our recent update. And policies pertained owing to that expanded the area that.
Because of
was-
tsunamis, right?
Right. And so the terminology of tsunami inundation zone, I don't really know how we're exactly defining that. Is it only related to the map?
Yes, and there is a proposed definition of tsunami inundation zone, which gives the example of a comparable, I think 475-year average return period tsunami event to inform the map update, which would then presumably shrink the area that's subject to that risk disclosure requirement.
We can look at that definition now if you want to, because if that's important.
It is important, but I'm not sure if I can.
Okay.
I think you're not going to get to a precise outcome. What you've done is given policy direction with the definition to strive to shrink the affected area to that which would be subject to a more probable tsunami event than essentially the worst case tsunami event that the Coastal Commission's tsunami evacuation zone would have caused.
I just want to say, I just learned something huge from Stephanie that in all these months that we've been reading this, I didn't understand. Because I thought the technical reports were required in coastal vulnerability zones, which included tsunami zones. And she just said it's not, right? And actually, if you look at the text here, yeah, it just says coastal vulnerability. And then in CRI 21, it says coastal vulnerability and tsunami inundation. So if you're in a tsunami zone, you don't necessarily need to do all these technical reports if you're doing a new building or a substantial structural modification. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, for the first part, so substantial structural modification is not triggered by coastal vulnerability zone, it's triggered by being in the coastal zone.
That's the expanded area I was talking about.
Well, the
It's
coastal zone is the whole
the
coastal
whole
zone.
coastal zone, exactly.
But
Before, it was the vulnerability zone, and then it was expanded to the entire coastal zone. And the implication is the hazard that we're just referring to is affecting the entire coastal zone exactly the same way, which it isn't. But the SSMs, the restrictions, all of that then pertain to that definition of the coastal zone, right?
Right.
So when we're talking about the tsunami calculation, if we use 475, it makes it more narrow. We've just super expanded it. And I think that this gets to some of the issue about what's warranted in terms of nexus, right? How do these expanded policies or requirements, I mean to say, what's the basis? Other than the words changed from this one to this one.
Councilmember Beckman, so I just want to correct, so policy CRI 19 technical reports, CRI 20 siting and design, those as were originally written applied to shoreline development. The suggested modifications from coastal staff expanded it to coastal vulnerability zones, not the entire coastal zone, just the areas that are mapped as having coastal hazards. The reasoning is that those coastal hazards extend beyond the shoreline development. We have the maps, it shows that those coastal hazards expand inland in some areas a couple hundred feet. So it doesn't make sense that shoreline development needs to do these technical reporting, address these coastal hazards, design to address these, but the property right behind them that has the same coastal hazards does not. And so that's why staff agrees that it is important that all the properties within the coastal hazard zones address those coastal hazards, protects life, protects property. The policy that does apply to the whole coastal zone, the structure,
Substantial structural modification.
substantial structural modification, that has always applied to the entire coastal zone. There's been no modification since the city's 2020 version that changed the application of that policy. It's always been coastal zone wide.
But the consequence is most important if your substantial structural modification occurs within a coastal vulnerability zone, in which case you're doing additional analysis, modification of the property to avoid, minimize, or commensurately mitigate the hazards, if you will. So it all gets back to using science to reflect the reality of the hazard, right? And at some tipping point, you're more new than you are existing, and you need to comply with new policies, including hazard-related policies.
And sorry, it's 10:56. So if someone would like him to make a motion, please, about extension.
What are our options?
Whatever you want them to be. I'd appreciate at least another half hour to,
I'd
because
say
we're
12, but
chewing on something
Yeah.
right now.
I
12?
know, and I don't want to lose it, but I also don't want to dismiss it with one more sentence. Okay, let's move on because we have a time limit.
No, I'm saying we keep
Yeah,
chewing, that's what I
This
want.
is very
That's-
important.
it is.
This
It
piece
is.
right here is very important, and frankly, often we get to the really heart of the meat of the matter at this hour, and then we come back next time and we start with page 1. I don't want to do that,
Yeah.
So let's extend it to midnight. I move that we extend to midnight.
but we're tired.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, I'm not sure I'm going to think of the questions or understand it and comprehend it in exactly the same way. I mean, I know I'm asking for the moon here, but I'm sorry, this is hard.
So I'm going to second the motion so we can discuss over the next 2 minutes. Right now, we're chewing on something. I want to keep chewing on the thing we're chewing on right now until we swallow that one thing. And then afterward, if you want to not do more things after that, happy to. But I want to your point, get this one through. Because we're in the middle of chewing it
I'm good with that.
No, it's
Hopefully it
fine.
doesn't take until tonight.
Okay, so what's the motion?
to midnight. You don't have, we don't.
We don't
it
have to go
doesn't
that
mean-
long.
Right.
Hopefully we'll be done sooner.
Mary?
We'll be done with what we're chewing on.
I just want to keep chewing this one thing and get it down.
I'm just saying because I know where my brain is right now, and I also feel that this is so important, and I apologize, but that's just how I feel about this, that we gotta do the right thing,
Yeah.
and my brain is not gonna
Well,
do
this
the
is
right
also
thing.
not necessarily the final word on this item, right? We're just continuing chewing so we understand for now. But if we come back to, we can come back and start with this item again, right? To make sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, but we're in the middle of it right now. Let's
So
finish
we
it.
could
Okay,
probably
please,
vote.
please vote.
Motion to extend by midnight made by Mayor Vaterlos and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick passes unanimously.
All right.
Where were we?
And so
What page is everybody on? Exactly.
276 in the binder.
And 54 in the matrix.
And so Mayor Pretend, if I could just provide a little background to build on what Acting Deputy Director Cervantes mentioned earlier. You're hitting on one of the core issues in the LCLUP update and indeed the Coastal Act. And for better or for worse, the 2020 LCLUP approved by the council took a very aggressive approach at trying to limit the effective area of hazard-related policy requirements to in turn be very pro-development. We saw that the Coastal Commission staff felt like that was inconsistent with the Coastal Act. And on further analysis and discussion, city staff agrees there's a very strong basis in the Coastal Act for the Coastal Commission staff to insist on reasonable, science-informed, hazard-related policies when it comes to development. And so this is, I'm not presupposing which direction the council's policy discussion will go. I'll just say that the approach here, where there are mapped hazard areas, the coastal vulnerability zones, informed by the best available science, provides a very strong and supported basis for the Coastal Commission staff to recommend Coastal Act consistency related to development and substantial structural modifications that effectively make existing development turn into new development, right, for these policy purposes. And so that's where this staff recommendation is coming from, because it reflects a well-supported position in the Coastal Act, and it reflects the best available science, which is a theme carried out throughout the LCLUP.
So all that nitpicking notwithstanding, brass tacks, you're in the coastal zone, you change the structure by 51%, you now live in new development.
Essentially, yes, but that's most impactful if you're in the coastal vulnerability zone, because you're looking at hazards which you may not have had to do previously, or the hazards may have changed, they may have become more significant in affecting your property. Some property owners may not like that outcome, but as a matter of policy, we've spent a lot of time in this and prior meetings saying, is it the right thing to allow an owner to proceed with development without acknowledging dangerous hazards? That's a core governmental function, right? It's a core role for the city to protect public health, safety, and welfare. And you need to think very carefully as a council about whether you're doing that by ignoring known hazards, right, that are mapped using the best available science. As much as it's an impactful consequence to have these policies apply, is it the right public policy outcome to force people to confront applicable hazards? They may not be immediately applicable, but they're expected to be applicable during the anticipated life of the development. And it's difficult to swallow to confront those hazards for the first time. But is that the right public policy outcome? The Coastal Act suggests it is, the Coastal Commission staff suggests it is in their interpretation and application. And the city staff's work to this point, I think has reflected that as well in this document.
And what I will say in terms of the conversations I have had with actual coastal commissioners is that is where their mind is at.
And I would just add to what former planning director Murdoch mentioned, is that it's not just an acknowledgement of the risks by the property owner that is considering undertaking the modifications. It's also that it's recorded against the property, so subsequent buyers or interested parties who are looking at the property understand that there were modifications that caused a deed restriction to be recorded against the property, and they will understand and be able to read the acknowledgement, the coastal hazard risk disclosure, to understand the risks as well.
You're giving people information so they can make their financial decisions.
Correct.
Right.
Right. So they understand that I'm buying this home. It had modifications done at some point, and that acknowledgement that's recorded against the property will be something that I have to adhere to as well.
Yeah. And the acknowledgement against the property is only if you're in a risk area. It's not everywhere in the coastal zone.
Correct. Coastal vulnerability zone,
Vulnerability.
non-inundation zone.
So everywhere in the coastal zone, it's new development. It's in the hazard zone where you have to acknowledge the hazard.
I think it's really funny that, you know, you have to do the deed restrictions in tsunamis, but you don't have to do the technical reports. Doesn't that seem a little backwards? You'd want to do the technical reports so you understand and you're designing things appropriately.
Well,
I'm cogitating.
And we still didn't talk about the difference between deed restriction and hazard.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any additional comments on 6.43
well,
or modifications?
Yeah. I just want to clarify one more time. So it doesn't mention tsunami. So the technical reports are not required. Actually, could you pull up map in the appendix B3? That's the coastal vulnerability zone for Shark Park. Doesn't have a page number. Okay. So the coastal vulnerability zone, I'm just looking at the golf course. I'll let you explain it. What's the coastal vulnerability zone and what's the tsunami zone?
So the tsunami evacuation zone and inundation zone is not mapped on this exhibit. So this only has the coastal vulnerability zones mapped.
Okay, so, and is that little pink thing at the end of the blue, the teal triangle, is that the clubhouse?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the clubhouse, as you say, is not subject to flooding and it's not subject to erosion. What is that blue zigzag line, or turquoise zigzag line?
I believe that's wave run up.
And I think you can see just, I think it's a crudeness in the available data. I mean, clearly the wave run up does not have that angular,
Right?
angular, triangular shape.
Uh-huh.
So it's a limitation of the data as I would interpret it.
Okay.
Perhaps it's something that can be smoothed out and improved in the map updates.
Okay, so for the people concerned about the clubhouse, even if it's in the tsunami zone, but it's definitely outside the coastal hazard zones, and the coastal hazard zones might get less, not more right now with the new science. So the clubhouse doesn't need any of these technical reports, is what I understand.
That's correct.
And I think it's just to play out sort of the scenario,
Unless
right?
there's an extra,
So
there was a-
this is a historic resource. It's not clear what project could be undertaken or would likely be undertaken that would trigger a substantial structural modification, right? To change this historic resource. So I think it's
they
hard
could
to
add
know.
to it.
It's
Like-
hard to know what exactly would even trigger this in the first instance. And so we're spending a lot of time speculating on whether it is or would be and what would need to be done, but it's just difficult to imagine a particular scenario that would so change the clubhouse anyways.
Well,
It's just the information,
What,
right?
exactly.
that you can-
We've had more questions about that than anything else and the questions that came.
but
from
what
the-
Christine just said, add to it. I mean, that is the, one of the possibilities that
Like, yeah,
I'm trying to assess.
the historic
Is it
building could
ruled
stay, but
out?
they could build some lodging behind it or something, right? That's then
extra
a.
Of course, that's it's a possibility. All I'm clarifying is I think there's this supposition that we do anything to the clubhouse and we're in this difficult situation. I think that's not true. If you trigger a substantial structural modification, then perhaps. Is it in a coastal vulnerability zone? Not currently. It could be in the future. Is it in the tsunami evacuation zone? Yes, we think so. Will it be in the tsunami inundation zone? We don't know, but we don't think it's likely to be. And so all these avenues lead to very low probability scenarios where the clubhouse would even be affected by these policies. I think it's supposing the wrong likelihood of an outcome from a policy standpoint.
But for now, the fact that it's out and the fact that even if it's in the tsunami zone, I mean, the only implication is that they have to do the risk disclosure, which doesn't mean anything because they're not going to sell it. Right.
Correct.
That's, okay.
And I think it would include a waiver of rights to future shoreline protection potentially.
Uh-huh.
But again,
Yeah, there's.
coastal erosion is not, the applicable threat for at least 100 years or more.
Yeah,
for that
there's
site.
room to do nature-based solutions and other things. Okay.
To the
So-
answer to the question, sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I was just going to say, so that answers the question for a government-owned historic resource that no one's, not knowing. We aren't as worried about, perhaps, as evidenced by the conversation we just had. We, of course, need to see maps. We need evidence of all of that. Apply all of that to what you said before about the Coastal Commission isn't budging on this. This is, SSM is the way they're interpreting. This is including all the deed restrictions, disclosures, waiver of liability, and articulate again for me why that isn't, that, I mean, I believe you and I've heard it very, very many times, but I need it explained again so that it can be re-explained.
Which aspect of?
The SSM 51%.
So that, to my knowledge, is not in the Coastal Act. As discussed earlier in tonight's meeting, I think the Coastal Commission's taking a step to provide further clarity in their role and the authority they're delegated to interpret and implement the Coastal Act, drawing some boundaries around what development can be at points subsequent to the initial approval. So if you were the Coastal Commission and you were to approve a, 2,000 square foot house and understand the impacts and the hazards and so forth today, fast forward 50 years, that home now has a second story and an addition, and it's a 4,000 square foot house. That may have a different range of impacts, or at that point in time be subject to different hazards than were considered and evaluated 50 years prior. And the Coastal Commission, rightly or wrongly, but I think reasonably, is saying at some point, if you've so fundamentally changed the original development, you need to evaluate again the applicability of hazards and consistency with policies that reflect the best available science as it's known today. You don't get a free pass, you get one CDP and then can forever modify your development and never reconcile against new science, new policies, new law. The Coastal Commission has drawn that line at 51% modification, right? The SSM threshold. There can be other approaches, as I discussed earlier, to doing that, whether it's 25% or 75% or 2/3 or what have you, but it's reasonable at 51%. It's aligned with a lot of other similar types of thresholds and related laws, like in the building code, as we discussed. And so that threshold's at 51%. Do I think we're likely to prevail on some other standard? I do not. We could try. We've had little success in our prior efforts with the Coastal Commission, including 2020, to take very aggressive alternative approaches. And we could spend years more trying to pursue other alternative approaches that may be assessed at low likelihoods of success. So living with the 51% for sake of argument now, what we've done to try to address the council and community's concerns is put in reasonable exceptions and clarifications that say, well, these things are not going to be tallied up to your 51%. Things like seismic retrofits and disabled access upgrades and other well-meaning requirements and codes and other kinds of minimal property improvements, just to, for the avoidance of doubt for the community. We've had success doing that with the Coastal Commission, and I think it's probably about as far as I would recommend the council try to go on that, but that's not my decision, certainly, to make.
In other words, it's a deal breaker.
I
We're
think
not
that-
going to get anywhere, you're saying.
I think
trying
that's,
to
I think
push-
that's right under the current law. And so as commenters and others have said, certainly pursuing a legislative agenda is a viable strategy, but that's a longer term and a very uncertain approach. And if we want to move forward and get all of the benefits of an updated LCLUP today and in the near future, while you're working the legislative front potentially, these are some of the things we're going to have to stomach and live with in the spirit of compromise and the overall update process.
Cold comfort, but should the legislature prevail in changing some element of the Coastal Act that would apply to an updated document, should we update the document, then presumably that would de facto amend the document, or would be the first step in the process of requiring us to apply for an amendment to the document once that legislation was changed.
Right. I think the particular mechanics need to be evaluated at the time, but it provides a basis and an opportunity for the city to amend the LCP to be consistent with the new law, right? So if the legislature said, you know, the sky is now red, we need to amend the LCP to reflect the sky is now red. And so more likely it's providing some clarity on what existing development is, or what the permissible trigger is to be an SSM or something along those lines. You may expect more incremental changes than, you know, revolutionary changes, but anything can happen when it comes to legislating. And that's, you know, part of your role as legislators, right? And politicians to push that if that's the desire of the council.
And so part of what we get to wrangle with is if we have an updated document, we can do stuff. And in the meantime, we can absolutely advocate for changes to the law that we believe are in our best interests and the best interests of the rest of the California coast. But while we're advocating for the changes that we think make sense, it also makes sense to have a document, and so we can get our business done while simultaneously trying to make business better as parallel tracks.
I think I would agree with that. Yes.
Thank you. So, moving on to modification 6.44.
Hold on.
We can't resolve this beyond explain it. I mean, there isn't an answer to this that we can propose a word change or two that is any prayer of having an impact. I keep going back to the basis for it. Why? And the why, or the answer that I've received, is because hazardous condition. But it's still, I understand, I can even understand the disclosures with relationship to the hazardous condition. I'm still cannot get over the 51% because it's no more hazardous if it's 75% than if it's 51%. Other than, you know, that's a number we use a lot, but it's halting the ability of people to enjoy their property. And that is the hard thing when I can't come up with a really good reason why. because they say so.
Right.
This is part of the fuller community discussion, because hearing, the trade-offs or the benefits to it, it's hard to hear those because they're not evident, frankly. So I just want to acknowledge this is a sticking point, a huge, huge sticking point for many people, not just in this community, but up and down the coast. And this is why, in large part, we see hesitancy, if not refusal, or, unwillingness to dive into the LCP swimming pool. The fact, the rejoinder to that is, well, yeah, but everyone's going to have to because of Senate Bill 272. So let's move on. Just doesn't resonate well. And we're not going to solve it tonight. We clearly are not. But that is something that I am going to circle back with our legislative partners, because we need a better answer. Hazardous, I get. But just because, I don't get it. I really don't.
So, maybe we take a step back. So thinking about a project outside a hazard zone, what is this going to mean to someone who wants to remodel their home?
You're referring
know it
to
was in your
the
case study, but
substantial
that was a long
structural
time ago.
modification?
Yeah, substantial structural.
So I can jump ahead to that modification to better explain it. So essentially what this policy says is if you trigger the substantial structural modification, that 51%, you would need to address nonconformities on your project, on your entire site. Previously at the last meeting, council had actually directed us to insert some language into this policy that would have exceptions. So you would need to correct nonconformities that were related to ESHA, to coastal hazards, things like that, that are coastal issues. We did take that language to coastal staff, and they recommended this new language that you see at the bottom of this policy. So the new language that's recommended is essentially it allows properties to do substantial structural modifications. Even if you trigger that 51%, you are still required to correct nonconformities, but only if they're directly related to coastal hazards. It's not this overall blanket requirement that you need to address nonconformities associated with development standards, with uses, with lot sizes, parking, XYZ.
But wait, sorry, you said coastal hazards, but it's coastal resources, which are more than coastal hazards. Right?
Yes, excuse me. I meant coastal resources. Yes. So, again, how council had directed us, we had proposed language in there that reflected ESHA, habitat, things like that, that you would still be required. If I recall correctly, the conversation from May 13, the direction was to have some sort of exception that allowed existing nonconformities related to development standards to continue, similar to our existing implementation plan, the existing language that is in our zoning ordinance. This language here would continue to allow that. So if new development comes in, you have nonconformities that are setbacks or parking, you don't have to address those just because you're an SSM. But if you are within impacting coastal hazards, that is a standard, a policy that you will still need to comply with. Resources, excuse me.
And what about zoning? That was one of the things we talked about before too.
Yeah, so the way that this policy is written, it would still allow non-conforming uses to continue as they currently do in the implementation plan.
So it says may be maintained at the discretion of the decision-making body. So it would, that's assuming something comes to the planning. Is that the decision-making body, the planning commission or the council, or could the decision-making body be staff for certain projects?
It could.
I think this relates to the coastal development permit context, which currently means the planning director acting as a zoning administrator in limited instances. In most cases, it means the planning commission. And in appeal circumstances, it means the city council. So in these instances, there would be public hearings, except for the very narrow exceptions, like for an administrative coastal development permit for an accessory dwelling unit or an SB 9. And there's still a public notification and input process, just not a public hearing process. So there's some sort of public component to consider this in all cases.
For a SSM outside of a hazard zone, what is the test by which it is ascertained whether or not there's a coastal resource that needs to be addressed?
It's a site-specific analysis. So if it's proximate to wetlands, that's important and relevant and needs to be further studied for potential impacts. If the development's currently within the buffer zone and needs to be that nonconformity mitigated or minimized in some way. Potentially view impacts related to height or maybe setbacks, right? If a property is encroaching too close and obscuring a public view, or it's too tall and obscuring a public view, that's maybe another potential coastal resource impact.
So when a
related to
development
nonconformity.
comes to your office and you're looking at it, are you going through a checklist to make sure that none of those resources are associated with the application? Or something along
Something
that?
like that, exactly. Looking at the site context, looking at known mapped coastal resources, considering the view context, and then relating those to known nonconformities on a project, exactly.
And the other thing, the other thought I just had is, I mean, we're outside of the coastal hazard zones. We're outside of the coastal commission appeal jurisdiction for the most part, right? So these are decisions we'd be making, not they'd be making.
And they need to be reasonable and based on substantial evidence, like every decision you make in a land use context. So if reasonable analysis is done and there are no known coastal resource impacts, the nonconformity, whatever it is, could remain. Parking was brought up. That could be a coastal resource impact in certain locations if the lack of off-street parking on a project impacts street parking in a high visitor area. So there are myriad different scenarios that need to be evaluated in a site-specific context.
And we could ask them to pay a parking.
Could pay
In-
an in lieu parking fee or, right.
Infringement fee. Okay, I'm gonna ask one more question that's gonna make you go, have you been here? Where have you been? I want to understand have better way to articulate why there has to be a waiver of future shoreline protection. Because it's not related to the hazard. Can you explain that to me? How exactly is the waiver tell me more about the waiver. Explain the waiver piece. Future
So-
shoreline protection. It's very established. And I mean, it's not the first time we've heard it.
So the Coastal Act indicates that development should be cited not to rely on shoreline protection. And so it's from that basis in the statute and the Coastal Act that these policies are implementing that. The deed restriction is the mechanism of choice, seemingly, along with conditions of approval in a CDP that the Coastal Commission has utilized to effectuate that. Is it somewhat overly broad? Maybe, but is it unreasonable? Probably not in most cases. And so what we do have, I think, to maybe get some way to addressing this is that sites, I forget the specific language, but the one to respond to the Sheets case, right? The site-specific analysis of these kinds of development exactions
The
and
Nolan
requirements.
Dolan doctrine.
And the Nolan-Dolan doctrine as well for nexus and rough proportionality. So there are fundamental principles, right, effectuated in the Constitution and applicable court cases that provide some limitations, but by and large, this is based in a Coastal Act provision related to new development, not relying on shoreline protection. And one way of doing that is saying, well, if you're undertaking development, you're not going to get your shoreline protection, and the waiver of rights and deed restriction is a mechanism to accomplish that.
I understand better than ever why this issue of what's new development and not new development is so pivotal. Because I think when, I agree with you in the act, it's very clear, new development cannot rely on shoreline protection. But when you revise old development, former development to now be new development, it's a conundrum. It's a frustrating do loop of
It's absolutely, it absolutely has the potential to be frustrating. You just have to think of all these questions and conundrums through the lens of, do we have a, legally superior argument that says that the coastal commission's doing something unlawful? And I don't think in these instances we've identified such circumstances. I think we can articulate a reasonable basis for some of these questions, even though we may disagree on the policy basis for it. It doesn't seem unreasonable in a way that would, I think, give us other options.
Right, and as Director Murdoch stated, former planning director Murdoch stated, the 51% is consistent with other types of regulations in the building code, and I think other building standards that are used throughout California, that, 51% is a common threshold, and so that's probably why it is viewed by many as a reasonable standard. And again, there has to be, I think, Mr. Murdoch stated it, there has to be some threshold to determine when modifications become a new development. And so there has to be some number. We just need to figure out what's reasonable. And as former planning director Murdoch stated, the Coastal Commission has determined 51% is that number, and we don't really have anything to dispute that.
I understand. And it's also not new. It's not like they came up with it in this document. It was in the residential policy.
Yeah, in the
guidance.
adaptation guidelines. That's where it started, I think.
A long time ago.
Long
Okay,
time ago.
so, I want to say one last thing on this. I am very, pleased with this language. If I'm reading it the way it's intended to be read, if I'm understanding not the non-conformities, I feel like this is progress. I'm sorry, I'm not talking into my mic. Is it just because it's late and I'm tired? Or does anyone else agree with me that that is progress?
I mean, just that it's just coastal resource dependent. I mean, that eliminates a lot of other things that we could be making people have to change their houses, like the zoning that you were worried about if someone was, had a residential in what is now a commercial zone,
I always
And you
have that.
do, yeah, So.
Okay. Leave it there for now. Nothing else to say about it.
And we're not doing any more, Stephanie, so don't even think about it. You're just used to working late now.
All right. Mayor. What are we doing?
What are we doing? We finished that discussion, so that's it. Right? That's what we said.
So, we finished this discussion. We obviously didn't finish everything that we were going over. Much to the chagrin of the staff, we are likely not going to make a decision at all on this tonight. Not even likely, but not at all. Going to do that. So we need an 8th meeting.
So your options are to continue, adjourn to a date certain, or to adjourn to a date to be determined. If you want to adjourn to a date certain, the August 12th council meeting could be an option. And we'll move other things off that agenda. based on my knowledge of council and staff vacations and the council meeting hiatus, July is not an option to have another meeting in. And if you adjourn to a date to be determined, we can try to figure out a date. I will need to reevaluate planning staff's work plan and the sequence of items. There'll definitely be impacts to things like the STR program, the tree program. That's what I'm presuming in continuing this, but we'll do what we can and pick up where we left off at the next meeting.
So I suggest we continue to a date certain, which would be August the 12th.
I'm gonna,
You don't think so?
I'm not sure.
I would rather have a different date than a regular council meeting because we still have a lot to do.
Mm.
And trying to do this work again late is not great. So being able to start early and focus early and not have the other business at the same time. I mean, maybe it could happen even before August 12th.
I don't see that calendar wise, I know for me. And, you know, we'll just be coming back from a hiatus. I think we need to give it a little bit more time, a little bit more breathing room.
In August?
I don't know what the second date is. I don't know what.
When I heard it, I was like, oh, well, that gives us time to talk to our community. So I felt like that was what was some breathing room, but
You think it's enough?
I mean, that was my first thought was, oh, that gives us time.
Also, having a conversation of this level of substance, August 12th, it's not like momentum won't be lost, but I feel like the further out it goes, the further the momentum gets lost.
Yeah.
And the sooner we get back, the fresher it is on our brain.
To at least finish asking the questions and going through the policies to make sure we understand them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the options that we're discussing are August 12th, attaching it to the council meeting, which sounds horrible.
It does.
And I'm picking another date.
And I'll just add that continuing it to a date certain means that staff doesn't have to reissue a public hearing notice. So there is benefit to continuing it to a date certain. And the council has completed the public hearing portion of the meeting. So the council doesn't have to reopen public comment. It can, of course, but that portion of the meeting has concluded. So we could just pick up as we were left off here in deliberation, if the council desired.
Given that we are speaking in terms of clarity in our conversation with the public, anyone feel free to correct me. I don't think we're going to forego public comment in
No.
whatever iteration we come back with.
I don't think
No
we want
way.
to forego notification either. We want to publicly let as many people know as
And in
possible that
point
we're
of
having
fact,
this
I'd rather we make that clear if we have consensus now than later.
Yeah.
That just because we have an option doesn't mean we have any thought of that option in our minds.
Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. So what date?
So if you're going to continue it to a date to be determined, I wouldn't recommend we try to arrive at a date from the dais. We don't know staff vacations. I do know this is former Community Development Director acting Christian Murdoch's last meeting on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciated
yeah,
having you here today.
You don't have to come back for the next meeting, okay?
It's just a
However, they are public meetings and I'd like to point that out.
I'm sure you're fascinated to see what we decide.
And we know, really, we're so grateful that you're here and that all that we've learned from you.
It's been my pleasure. This is really important, which is why I made the decision to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
think really he's not going to want to know the answer? Come on.
My
He'll find out
question,
the answer.
We'll send
All
him a
those
text.
years.
He has the inside track
And
on
then-
that one.
And then of course, a couple other factors when we're considering what time frame to do a date to be determined in that I'll mention is there's, you know, the freshness of the discussion. There's the practical fact, just to mention it, that it's not like whatever time we extend this to in the future, these issues don't seem to, in the intervening month, go away. They seem to take a lot of staff time regardless, because at every meeting, you know, with council members or with engagement with constituents, it just continues to go. So it's definitely a workload impact that carries on. And that's what impacts making progress on other work plan items. So I want to be very transparent about that. We've mentioned in previous meetings how when we get into August and September and October and November, that's election season. So things are different during that time period. So that's a factor as well, just to be transparent about that. So completely up to the council in sort of what time frame. We don't have to decide on a specific date, but I would like to get from the council tonight a sort of time frame to be looking for a date in for the continued meeting.
My question is, if we are to do it to a date to be determined, is there any possibility of that being before August 12th?
I would have to see if that's something that council members and staff are available for. I mean, we have to check everyone's schedule.
I'm available earlier.
I mean,
Or
I'm actually-
September.
I mean, we discussed short-term rentals. We didn't make any decisions on it. The trees, I think, can wait longer. I
Yeah.
think this is one of our most important things that we have to do. Now, the people who are upset about short-term rentals will think that that's the most important. But for me, this is the most important thing we need to do.
I largely agree. And again, for me, it's freshness in brain and the
Mhm.
conversation we just had, I thought was one of the most helpful and important we have had. And I want to keep that energy going.
Yeah. me too.
I don't know where this is going, what the conclusion is we draw, but that energy that just informed that conversation we just had, that's the thing I want to tap into as much as possible, which to my mind says the sooner we're back into the conversation, the more we can tap into that energy.
Yeah, I would say before the end of August, we need to meet.
Well, we're talking about August 12th being, so my question is, can we do this before August 12th?
That's kind of unlikely for me. I'm out of town
Okay.
from July 25th until
That's the first week of school too.
August 5th. And then I leave for Calabasas for the Coastal Commission meeting on the 7th. So no.
Okay. So my recommendation within that context is date certain August 12th.
Or 13th or 14th as a separate meeting, like right after.
Or that week,
Yeah.
if possible.
Yeah.
You're thinking, I mean, I agree, Mary, it is back to work, but it's back to work, right? We always work.
Yeah, we always work.
We
I'm
work
not off work.
A lot.
I mean, the only reason for keeping it on the 12th is because we know staff's available on the 12th.
Well, there's that.
Because
and
we already had a
in
meeting set
response
up.
To
and community,
feedback,
right.
Stop bouncing it around on weird
Let's
days.
do that.
Start early.
Well, we can start early, but I mean, we can start at 5, but we still have a lot to go through. So, I mean, I just want to be careful of what the important council work we're doing, that we're not pushing that too late at night. too.
Well, I mean,
Another,
I see it as maybe the only thing on the, on.
Well,
the
but I don't
agenda.
know what.
Right, we don't know
If
that.
that's true, or if there's not very much on the agenda, that's okay with me.
and an option, and I don't know if it's feasible
another
given
choice.
workload, staff workload, but if we were to carve out date certain 12th for this, we could do a special meeting for a different item if feasible, given staff workload. You would,
Kevin does, he's done.
Kevin, oh, yeah.
he wants to kill me right now, I see it.
Yeah. To kill all of us.
So changing the you're saying do a special meeting on August 12th, just focused on this, and change the regular council meeting to a different special council meeting.
I think
That's
that
what you're
ends up
suggesting?
staff.
If there's things that we absolutely need to get done, that
Right.
Well, I know, I'm pretty confident I can move stuff around so that this is the only consideration or public hearing item, but we would probably need some consideration items. We could try to, slim down council communications and other communications and such. That would save a couple hours, I think, so.
We could.
Hours.
Still got jokes. He's not murdering us tonight.
And
And we
start,
could always put that at the end.
and
Yeah.
start the meeting early. That would be the option for August 12th.
Okay. Start early, minimal regular council agenda,
And I'll shut up during
and
communications.
don't talk
Yeah.
during council communications.
So, Madam, I move we continue this to date certain of August 12th.
Second.
Wait, discussion. I still want to notice and not avoid a notice by doing a date certain.
Oh.
I mean, it's.
It's gonna be
that's
regular.
It's going to be noticed.
staff will go ahead and notice.
Okay,
How much is the cost of that?
okay. Is that the end of the discussion?
Yes.
Please vote.
$100.
So the motion to continue this item to a date certain of August 12th, made by Councilmember Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Beer, passes unanimously.
And this special meeting of the city council is now adjourned. And I'll hit the whole thing.
And Stephanie, great job. Great job. Yeah. Yeah, I really love it.
Okay, I have way too much job. What was the make sure that it's noticed to the public. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a regular meeting.
Did you see what the school board did?